Critters have put underwater
It works on Windows and Mac.
Like the cut myself, I read it before.
First of all, by
Work.
You want to know more?
80 grams of sharp cheddar cheese.
Of the database, which is
specific stem cell.
Chicago plan as 80%.
तो आपको IHS नहीं देना.
No matter how badly they want to keep hunting.
Buffs if they're under freeze. He also
निकालने के लिए तो उससे भी पैसा नहीं मिलेगा.
This is to all citizens, such as for.
Let's talk about the music video.
You're gonna get these.
Like I would normally sew.
Pubescent teenager anymore.
One of the things that has concerned me.
Closer that feels at home next
to the area and conducting regular
450k just.
Altercation broke out and
Sorrow. It can be.
Sub-question.
The situation on the ground. So
C-reactive proteins and interleukin-6.
and sealed down, and then
A large bird.
Based upon a cell model.
And they're flying boats, switching.
Lo que ella cierra sus ojos, pero los.
city vehicles.
now, armored vehicles.
The overall effect that I'm after.
Rights. If some new.
Yeah, I can feel that.
By the end of the org,
You'll see.
Says Peter, you are the rock that will.
इस फोन शामिल कर दें.
This is one data point.
Literally, black people from all over.
to humans.
Where? No, machine gun.
97 भी देख लिया होगा आपने 97.
Be back.
Don't worry if not every cord extension makes it.
In supplementing them appropriately.
That I'm looking at right now.
Levels.
Simplest, but does something.
I was blown away when.
Precious bud.
Can give consolation.
And red ochre. And includes
Teleport option. I'm going to walk through an example.
I'll sponsor, so you can.
Cited by the severity of this event.
First home at today's price.
Gene makeup.
Sympathy.
And by the way, your eye doesn't look too bad.
Differences between the people of North.
That the Earth is in fact not flat.
The inflammation of the breast in connection with
Rhetorical understanding that you have will.
And you can find them.
He's been the owner of the restaurant since it opened.
That's the way it seems to me. And I'm
People wanted to hide.
Prepare yourself for a new cycle.
Attacked immune system.
कि उस आदमी का will.
That is wrong because some people.
Depress into the palms.
Technically finds you the best promo codes.
Endowed. Record T is
Acid. If this is
Diluted down to 4 or 5%.
timer for the
Real weather patterns.
the maca.
dandelions everywhere. Here's some dandelion.
Way that I could sink my teeth into, I think.
I always tell people I could make love to good soil.
Contact. Some mortal human.
In a second.
Beyond that could be of unprecedented.
And he was just, like I said, he's
Forces, and that the overall death.
Remember, as you do that, don't allow you.
It wants. Each of you.
Hoe een litteken eruit ziet en kunnen we ook gaan zoeken.
In his right arm, eye, and abdomen.
ചെറിയ ചൂടില്
Buy this in a one.
Going to be going in.
Really clones are to clone jo hote.
Non-Western governments view nuclear weapons.
They have to remove.
So here I need the contact.
Our existing investor clients.
Who took the pictures and were
Public Works building.
The moment हम ये चीज बिल्कुल
Modern scholars. This is what
Magistrates court for motoring offence.
Concrete roofing, then
Are sinful, then
Resurrection experience we have today.
Like these calluses are, and look how circular.
lining it up as best as
Centuries. So we had to.
I think they are a comp team. That was crap.
Changed. The discipline of art history.
We look at some,
Membranes. An upper membrane.
or as Mirlu writes.
want to reject the idea there's a biblical
Stuff, obviously, you want to be known as a.
Say it's $30 now.
so
As I said earlier, it's
link description में दे दूंगा आप जाके check कर सकते
Siege is active is going to be helpful for this.
हैं अच्छी opportunity है आप visa लेके
We're a community.
so
Inch square of the train statement.
qué cosa más chula eso no la
the last thing that I didn't really like.
சொல்லுவாங்க அதாவது இங்க
1700s was the first time.
The Great Wall, when the Great War came.
And it kind of hides some of the.
a woman who traveled to New South Wales from
Такие как смерть.
a towel's not going to be rounded up into basically
A serotonin storm. He could just as easily have two
of N. Yes, what's interest?
pornography inhibits men.
better.
Well, your foundation doesn't match.
Is not allowable within that.
But actually, we're going to have it.
You know, it was wearing just a,
The original premise of this, make it.
Maybe you should give me that. Yeah, thank you.
Waiter, waitress.
अब वो steps हैं जो उन्हें आगे
These pieces can
For every breath hold is taken.
The pyramids and.
Well, the next thing I'm going to quote, supposedly
Runoff area, and.
4. The marshy land had to be
In 47, so 20.
but I think it's fine to have like their bed.
this model took
तो अब बात करते हैं visitor. Okay, so now let's come to
Health client and location conveying.
Only some selective.
running करेंगे? The DBS said is a
heart attack, stroke.
for added support. You can also
Ito na pag smell mo parang.
also the goal is not necessarily contributing
When some
Particle physics because of their
violence, unreason. Now you captive.
I know you want to but I just
3 years in particular, Ernest was That's the most recent case.
It is not a bad word.
Worked on Disney's Aladdin, Earth.
it comes from
Then I'm going to pop it in the oven with
Friend of your stucco house.
Compared to the Moza wheel. Now, none of this is.
Root, for instance.
But.
So another characteristics of.
It was wonderful. They had children.
Inside was actually.
Just doing it, so should I.
コツコツ説に関しては ready here so it becomes
really clean and things don't always grow.
Fallen just her of all.
People are going to smell it and go.
a colleague of mine Adrian Mangan I thought man
Positioning plates.
Show you what made me fall in love.
but they're not complicated. And when people
to treat your acne, that is
Christian conservative cowboy.
И присоединиться ко мне с полным сознанием.
risk of gout because when the kidney is
So right now I will show how pronounce.
Some black pepper, a teaspoon of vinegar.
They just came in here.
Actually very good for your skin. This is real.
सभी प्रकार के infection वाले
Were somewhat removed.
This account, the bees are said.
How you do?
सीधा उस बंदे को पकड़ेगा आधार कार्ड के
Crazy.
Of candy with more. Disturbing the chilies.
देख सकते हो पीछे.
This is going on busting. Pass me the patty.
Is to get behind and pass.
E minor 7, angat nyo lang to.
Peach.
I do is mix it together.
60 different diagnoses enrolled in the study.
And all these
Are obtained. And the key
Their findings in the journal Food and Chemical.
Jesus only.
Here's the example of section B.
Up a lot, and you're gonna just need.
Well, we'll just have to ream out the holes.
to review specifics, go back to
The way we've been talking about things, Dimitri,
I've done something new for this fight.
यही same process. 5 years now. Neela.
Clark looked again at the scale.
And to get a mind full of
भगवान मिला के इससे कोई मतलब नहीं है.
authentication string with every request.
Falsch gehandelt haben könnte.
Maturity and with superized walls.
के हाँ या किसी के साथ friend के.
And accompanied him in
Pulled out a little bit.
Here in scripture, it's a real separation.
why not?
They scrape it off with modified.
So does God, and so does Oprah.
The Museum of Russian Icons, which for people
Leadership as a ruler or leader.
Either demonstrate the
Sorry, that's not crying. That's just
Laminates. Look at how clean. Look at.
The picture from him and held it herself, arm's length.
It's cold.
Wing begins to fall back until.
Some of these decisions I made.
Clothes are like burnt into his body.
Violi and Frank Lima.
She currently produces 3 issues.
Ethan is feeling mental well-being and reduced death anxiety.
It's not just the same as our transverse.
Moved from the inside of the shape.
Hive going down yet again.
Even though I have a larger place.
Correctly, as far as I can tell.
It usually is.
All attempt.
Bar on Monday morning.
Hey dude, you gonna finish that pizza?
Consistently about a quarter of an inch.
Of the border between Syria.
The treaty time, but also
Toilet. Oh man.
onions cook really quickly. So
That molding is sitting right there.
And in the area.
my life.
It's logical and
If the arrow points at the F-score,
Have you got loads of questions? Did you come with you?
I thought we were in this together.
Candle wick to the body of that.
It's up a triangle here.
He tried to kiss me.
Comp.
What tomorrow?
But Jessina is encore de plus.
Police dismissals and standards. I haven't seen much.
they'll
करना पड़ता है गुड़ की तैयारी देखकर दिल ऐसा and get that relit and we'll do
I'll show you hopefully
easy a prey to the assessor minus.
it's related with the
Hasten the process of initiation and spontaneity response.
Only homocysteine.
is first battle.
Yeah, bezel.
Deep sea, so we'll find cool.
So this is carb.
Sposobów ten
has actually seen a
little dose of humility.
when I mean yeah and
Goes to grommets. The second.
we got the
so CAR on Thurtle and this time he's asked
So you've got some
3
To get a small.
and in that turning shop he used
Pas vous mêler des affaires des autres.
Oh, wicked leaders.
machinery of Brandon's making it explicit.
He was a nice man. When I was 8, he fixed
it out for them
Helps us to recognize
together with other basic principles.
hill slopes started and
Deployable shield from
by pursuing
Na ganito sa civil service.
probably don't know about is the fact
Stalinists on this
Exit speed you just made next straightaway long.
people.
So open source intelligence.
through all of the complex anatomy 10 times.
These agents inhibits the
I don't understand.
That would fall short. However, just
One of the other really cool places we have.
Situations, especially.
a long study conducted by the university.
I'm gonna get my hair. I'm gonna get some. So epi-4 or epistrophe is
a drop down double bed.
Juicy inflammation and pain.
If you just focus.
Visa and immigration for help लिया हुआ
Find the correct hole on the head of the crimping.
तो ये तो डिमेट कांड हो गया पहले समझिए
చేతికి 4 టైప్ కొట్టేసి అక్షరాలు వచ్చి కదా is it generally a starter job anything wrong here
Yeah. Yourself and stay in for that period of 2 to 3.
Mental hazards and
Let's take.
I will still be holding you like
Eos, who represents the dawn.
What is name? March 15. 15.
Off when you start getting the dust and dirt.
Oh, hey, this great little nation.
One higher level, so like efficiency.
are at play at large as well in there.
With the most popular. तो वो proper verification होती है. रुपया तक उस पर रख सकते हैं हमेशा.
Trees can be used.
Far from certain. High main.
Have you ever had kundru fry?
efficient because we remove the
Putting power and choice.
Tell him just take it out and crush.
As well put in brand new cord on both sides.
Do you see how it's lower here?
Warm water, mix it up and you salt.
तो उसके बाद
we can
তো এটা হচ্ছে আপনারা লিখবেন এখানে
touch anything and allow your hands to air dry.
Need level 83 or
Is lower than the rest of the body.
the O with a hat. And you get
Police department.
आपको क्या-क्या ऑप्शन है रूम high fighting heart and offers
could derive
का गारंटर बनिए. अब बात आती है कि
weird.
Or bandwidth when you're in a fat loss diet towards the
के नाम पर रखा गया है. मेहरा
It's
When I dance, have you look? How do they?
You know, this process.
and press down firmly. Pop this in the fridge.
and then for about 3 days you
Team मेला काफी
separate from each other. Family. after discussing.
And then the one chain bridge costs 12 mention होगी उस पे आपको mail
No, you joke.
One of my favorite plays. Few more.
Bossy and just beautiful. Don't.
The job.
Like, this is it? The silhouette.
Question, Ben Davies.
A professional.
Defense of proceedings.
And ideas and brain.
Light goes towards.
इस प्रोसेस में पूरा 4 से 5 दिन का
Remove this one and
The airplanes that fly.
Come on.
I'm right.
Expand themselves and to reach.
I love
Beautiful.
Spine, but you have to be very careful because
all for the good.
Aristotle was so widely influential in Venice.
And/or superpowers. Draw 2 cards, then just
Come and we bomb you.
strategy matures or save.
इंसान की सोच बड़ी या छोटी.
3 that God is a
literally being wetted.
I focus some O's. मिलेगा ऑप्शन पर्सनल सेफ्टी का.
We can get rid of this. 1 tablespoon of dark soy.
Yeah, I'm really busy at the moment. I'll call you back.
Missile thrushes perhaps are less familiar.
यूज करनी है उस दिन तो आपको VFX.
My rocket flight was 109. Going to school or working.
Trust, you can trust in.
Come on, freeze!
Faithful.
Back at the process.
This forms a loop.
हो गया या फिर प्राइवेट बैंक हो गया या सरकारी.
cool, and in case it oiled out, it would slow.
Hand it. Push that.
TNT in a daycare center.
Dominant, though there are sporadic.
October 8th. Breast.
If I ain't got no sex and I ain't coming.
The remnants of the past define.
As far as
50. Time your own, boys! Time your own!
We're given names as part of a.
Already have all material.
Versus subjects, he didn't chunk the bullet.
That's the part that we don't want to.
Now, because in order.
Angepasst war, dieses Ereignis über.
I'm gonna show you guys this.
Then I'm going to be wiring this in.
Slowly rotating. Enjoyed yourself for starters.
Do it with or without a grab off slash.
Weeks are ones his wife won't see.
क्योंकि बहुत सारे शॉपिंग सेंटर्स में दिख.
Concerning Vichy.
I mean, it's like, like a quote.
The stigma has taken new form.
To the last one.
Tyrannical ruler. Only.
Dunkel, which holds the highly.
On a complete on time, that gives the right.
And they're also going to.
Keg parts. This means.
Moment, this is an upsuit.
There's a. Definitely, that's all.
Small haploid gamete.
Bruh.
Na is.
Of an inflamed liver could include.
Watch this. If we keep this and watch.
Governor Patton, could you come?
कंपनीज होती है, renowned companies होती हैं, startup.
It is also another reference where. Or older. And this kind of.
Perhaps there would be.
All the doors were locked. Yeah, not.
Bush.
With the other Pokemon for a bit. I have to.
Helps to get ahead of myself in time.
Grimage. Nancy Patrick and her.
Glutamate and release its own inhibitory.
Maybe you can think of some more.
All right.
Cool. I like the.
Fakey little turquoise.
To the Wall Street Journal noted short seller.
They don't work too well.
But Jesus had the nature.
Calcium, phosphorus, strong. So here I'm.
He obeyed.
The garden. And.
Away, child to be festoso.
It sends a message that, like, no, this is.
What do you do? I'm usually.
I like to move on.
It is a selling point. The whole
These questions, I just wasn't.
or female to wake up and go crazy.
Sporadically, sometimes.
For 96 hours.
I've already put up, and I'll go to test
Y is equal to Y bar.
It only takes about.
Because I know.
आपको ये समझना बहुत जरूरी.
But it.
What are you doing?
Alright, come on, let's go.
A black dye. They
Society में suddenly, British.
My wife.
Costs $15,000 to revert.
Engine performance.
Zinc oxide inside your body.
This way, they'll respond faster once the
as focal points, but I think
Authoritarianism.
Cruise as much as possible. It makes
Then when I started on the
Incredible display of music, magic.
Number 5. Deferring.
Alright, dude, look, dude.
This or there is
It's like this emotional weight just lifts off of you.
Prince Harry is being left out.
Would fall, but she was too confused.
इसकी मदद कौन करेगा? क्रिश में कौन थी?
Did they inbound the ball before the
Agent had been done, but I've got a.
Not the only element.
beads here.
On all four sides.
Makes fewer mistakes.
bones also at a somewhat
Because William has decided to
Impressions, and they can easily.
See that skin?
Như cái impact.
You can even find these like at CVS, like your drugstore.
Pearl, radiant, looks like that. This
Face, the more I.
The once patriarchal clients with silky smooth hair.
the Andean cock of the rock.
Krila da ih zaštiti od kiše.
बहुत सारे लोगों को ये चीज मालूम नहीं है.
About to make a speech. You should.
One more study, which is going.
He's full.
I can never switch.
Practices.
Carried due to less thrust.
Slices, okay?
Satisfy their desires so much.
This.
Squid.
Tremago y Knight.
Will adapt depending on the oil.
Stuff like that. The next.
Over 5 years to improve pump.
This and told them
We're gonna move with them. The
रखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा. मात्र और मात्र 14.
And me and my sister wanted to explore
Who ran a private counseling practice.
Because we know that the.
was, even though we elected to play most. And I know my body is getting rid of toxins.
Dans la même maille.
and semaphores. It will.
Twice cos.
Jim introduces himself.
$1000 में कमरा मिल जाता है.
Head of state, but he.
I know one होगा है.
That's raw, and so we can.
Good.
accompanied to the scaffold with guards and a priest.
Was already in.
It'd be a ridiculous amount of money.
I like to do a 2-note.
And like this. Now, zoom.
Dude, there's like holes in them too.
Wide and 23 in the 2-dimension.
Humain pour la lettre N.
Done, we'll take our leaving.
Here.
Box Tengo.
Take a number, and instead when.
It's like an accountant or something like that.
Jerky and stuff. Eventually, you'll get back.
It looks just.
ये बहुत अच्छी opportunity है. Greater than doing.
You only...
So although diehard Marxists might still...
Attention of the CRA, and it would create...
Intensive process.
Year or so, plastic.
Off the apparent riff-raff opposite them.
You're not bending it too hard, but it will just come.
Making them vulnerable.
Is tilted opposite way to each other.
I don't hate anyone, but
Yeah, throughout the kingdom. One of its most chilling.
sun, allowing positive sodium ions.
Is growing. It's a big egg growing.
The most troublesome.
Quite easily.
But
It can seem really destructive.
It's a lot like...
Let me fix this road.
putting around the eyes where your dog has a lot of
And then these weird...
That is...
The love.
You can build habitats and systems.
Sir, it's making me gasp.
Who exploits other people.
So if you happen...
There's not going to be much glory in it to begin with.
या फिर उसके नॉमिनी से पैसा ले.
In Sonic Frontiers, Dr. Eggman.
It's like Sheriff for Wendell, because it's... Sediment and dirt off from the bottom of the...
End of the video.
So I...
Sir, if you have a complaint...
The
President's Council has said...
Be ill.
If you're doing it because you're behind...
The very poorest in the world.
I turned the squid over. Do you see?
Exact site layout that they have.
You know, on my part.
What we're trying to pull from this is
Of thy oneness.
Secret wire.
Interactions that happen with revival.
Debt at the wrong time and interest rates go up.
Course of action aligns with the organization.
Here we've got sink.
Followed by a severe beating to death.
and in the second picture
Active, it's just that their activity is a little...
to claim them. Brenda ignored
The amount of $800.
Rules are that she gave birth to a future...
When we do the alternating orientation...
I tried to let you go.
What's that all about?
Presenting the term aqua.
Savaji said.
On biblical grounds, you could argue...
Beautiful estate.
I could negotiate a nap.
The kitas means tankid.
Hey, I'm starving to death.
That's a problem too. Like I said, even if you're using it.
Certain antidepressants called Sludge.
Before long, he started...
Invest some.
Of Titans and now.
Contains the different...
do all of my cups
With the object of securing, if possible.
To show the O-C.
By every actor, again, especially.
To talk about your senses and how it does...
Reduces the noise from the tile.
If I have a capital like it.
Them. Theoretically, I mean, maybe I could find a smaller than length of list, but we're gonna...
Print down at the bottom, it says...
Next, cut out the shapes from the...
PPI herbicide.
I felt so happy.
because it's kind of the life of the farmer.
See, Schaefer did not look up...
Serious version of Shakespeare.
When investment banking...
Loss of water.
That muscle and...
That's with a graphite nut.
किया है किसी का पैसा मंगाया है किसी को
वो वहाँ से
कमी निकाल दिया गया और घर
Creative process and there's strengths and talents in aligning our life.
Container one. A child.
Like crinoline.
And the walls against the braço.
Stop parroting the...
Mit einem Schlag erledigt.
Of, we talk about physics.
Well...
एप्लीकेशंस अगर यूरोपियंस नहीं बूस्ट करने में हेल्प करें क्योंकि
In webinar 5 how we would use that
to make adult decisions. And adult
perspective is going to give us
of all that, in spite of things.
ठीक है, तो आप लोन का
Is $1 for both of you.
Impossible with respect to daily
world of human bondage by learning the ins and
the IFC representation you can see this is as a whole. Alien's voice penetrated every eardrum.
Behavior activation. And you can be
And it goes from there. That's a bunch.
Ring only has one purpose.
Like our friend did.
might be surprised.
Have an opportunity. Pied.
So the bottom line is.
So these.
आपको कौन सा मेल सेलेक्ट कर दिया उसके बाद आपको next.
that deed of Christian womanhood may God
danger. Some of you have been chosen.
really
Maybe a spot there I'll cut out.
He met her and
This is a pigastat, and it keeps babies from.
because there is a global ST.
It's our product.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, and
I know
behind the tip of his beak a little
eat fish poop. In fact,
Oh, you just come here straight. So
and I'll talk a bit later about why.
What if we want to differentiate?
Leah is usually to blame.
Learning how to set up a website is no
Until they can
Now, in a language like German, that's a more. And divide by the reactants.
Yo, from Cherokee.
Fatigue, fever above 100.
Texting me, bull.
That's what she said.
Aluminum barrier packs impregnated with
Insane asylums. The passing of the.
at school, work.
big for the 2020
attacked during the fight. So this
maybe out
Coded in this.
synonyms of
This instability.
actually has a different convection.
देखिए क्वेश्चन क्या है
Typically, concrete will reach it.
padding. They don't know what.
and
These options.
In churches and churches of Christ.
and inner mass of love.
Just don't stumble. What we can say is that
You really need to listen to your gut and
you have received the.
didn't you I thought I
And after that, it's
Where you can see the white area. That's
3, roughly.
But there was no rules.
clock or watch, usually.
Long enough to be 1, so it's 0.
Nice, large.
Where we testify and bear witness.
Uphill, downhill, around. He taught me.
Gastrointestinal tract.
I love this for this because it just.
by smoking.
In quadrant 3.
Intoxication of the commodity.
Bell Leonard record Gertrude McFadden.
People telling them what they want to hear. And I think these seed pods used to be eaten by large.
Punch KO.
These are Dale's worst deeds.
Ligaments in the knee. When the knee is fully known as pounds of inheritance tax. He also.
Alright, so this.
Robbery or extortion on his travel.
I want to make sure that before we get to the close.
Or you could do what I'm doing here.
Manipulate its properties.
Did you see her fall or did somebody?
Fiction like this would.
Effect of primates evolving wider.
Did he ever strike you as being
From my knee.
जो यूके गवर्नमेंट ने बनाई हुई है जिस
फुसा ख्याओ धनसे.
या तो फर्स्ट हो सकता है या तो सेकंड हो सकता है और प्रॉमिसिंग वो लोग को कंसीडर होता है.
Those are anti-polarity fuses.
So
The concept of the most venomous snake.
All I needed to do was tug.
If you overextend. On the opposite.
To the BBC, but the phone number.
So in this case, if we start off with a $5.
A Gentile woman.
Everybody stares at me, boy.
आपके पास Canadian passport है, but आपके पास
Annually.
What did you do?
But you can't learn from that.
4 hours before you go to bed.
कि आपका immigration status
Swelling of the face, which can make it difficult.
I've been looking for
Tahini more, and I want to.
He's right there. Is it cool?
Here, and my manager comes.
Becomes new land on the inside bank.
Geometry.
happened in the last years. I mean, they got it.
And a permanent dwelling.
उसको resolve करने के लिए और आपका
7 of which to officers.
But that's integrated into the bag as opposed to
diameter mention करते पर ये diameter
activity current. You only
Split cookie base, but this one looks like it.
And
of all the nations.
That's the best thing I've ever done!
क्यों ऐसा करता है?
Yes. Good for PvP. And that's really
High school when I was in class with a pretty little bitch.
All right, let's stop the music. Rising entrepreneurs, and we. But that's about what.
First year portrait after.
The face it, got a drink.
And it allows them to not all.
And they can help you bypass
An article from
nothing being there.
Then okay, you will have everything.
Another piece of wire.
Came out dressed up in women's clothes.
I don't think it's nonsense.
Oh, evil arrangements, huh?
And then she's charged criminally.
verify. Now,
You can see here that it has
Weird when you don't like.
अच्छा विंडी मौसम है और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो
Not contain any documentation of.
None of the deportation for enough. He'll then pull them out and it will go puff puff.
Wouldn't require anyone to rewrite.
It's apple cider vinegar on.
To really develop it in a
Oil.
On the ocean upon which you should.
Made by trypsin.
prosecutor person.
Events, but foreshadow.
Cream. You can use
South Digito.
Publish किया है कि.
You coming in here? All right.
They were formed as a result of intense
Self-reliant and pleased with this.
Counterparts. So
loving him.
City above the swamp.
So.
Hey, in his ears, pink, his little nose.
And even was analyzed ever since
And was full of sweet sadness.
Warehouses are close together.
Nice beginner's airplane.
Sabune. Reason to stay in ignorance.
Shame on you! Would be specific for mitochondrial.
They marked me down.
Line पे काम कर रही है RBI के अंदर.
weird effect where the mid-range.
Base that you would expect to get.
Pressure will exert everywhere.
The single zygotes
extinction window, which goes from about 8.
may be of interest to Southeast Michigan.
Y todo aquello que encontremos de.
You were gonna need magic power law.
Here would undergo a metabolic transfer.
और ये 2 से 10
There's no self.
Gas exchange.
Just figured I'd leave.
Using traditional boiling and steaming methods.
नहीं मिलती अगर हम अपनी खुशियां ढूंढते हैं.
Oh, okay. So for you,
Heavy cruisers HMS Norfolk and Suffolk.
Arrows.
Y Cristo no resucitó.
This battle is finished, Anakin. For you.
Astrologers here to tell you how to send money.
Right.
to find out online.
Is much harder than moving parts.
And there is no indication that
TP is hydrolyzed to
The same number of mates, you're my heart.
Wonderful ponderings of my. लग सकते हैं और अगर आप ये
to the hand of a vampire.
Now, if you look at his left leg.
They didn't send that email.
Recognizable cause. Famous.
In the middle of the action there.
I love it.
In the prit.
Proceed, you know.
You can tell.
professors they already evaluated, right? So there's
To ask you a question first, if that's okay.
Out away.
That is right.
To worry about. Broilers are
Magnates, i.e. a high...
He had been studying.
Something stolen!
have been a man of a...
Float around Nausicaa, there's a music.
You don't wanna sit back. We've seen.
Or your skillet. I need you just to.
Right? If you and I each get.
Dead and hope.
Okay, let's see if we can find some more.
Potentially, it's
And with most people, it may get...
Fue el toque salvador de la divina.
Signals. They can be kept in intermediate...
Fragments. Around 20 base pairs.
You need to accept this agreement.
It's not the damage, so it would be better.
hundreds of years. So,
Hey, what are they?
you know, older writers like me.
And thanks, I've just found some lint.
To prove animation's capacity.
So many things.
Er meer dan 25.000 joden.
And Mike Loxocelli's Lada, which is the...
This is the liver and kidney.
At least be fucking honest about that.
Like I just did.
All elastomers and polymers from the...
Who's gonna be letting Cabal jump for free?
I can fix the hump behind your.
It's frankly fresh.
आपको आसानी से मिलती है, आप ले सकते हैं.
You not understand.
But there's also even a lever on the back.
Throughout Europe.
The messages you're communicating.
if you want a subscript, like let's.
Here we go. Talafu from Fojoliti.
Let's go to a lot of trouble to engineer these.
Let's call him God.
Amelia Rose. Shine immediate.
I'll kill a dean that's free to go and find another.
Lines of the continents allow the seas.
Into the corolla of the flower.
Painted chloroplast.
Of a table saw.
This is a very medicinal.
Joy and even desire power.
Proof देना पड़ेगा कि आपके पास 100 है. क्या? विकल्प बता रहा हूँ. Recast role, but not in the traditional.
Do it. Where should we go?
We can go to Sephora.
Ooples and banunu.
O connectors. This is like the new.
So I am just retouching the.
Unobviable. Look in the book of Psalms. The Lord God.
Swimming in this lake is prohibited.
Here's where they.
Those are gonna get installed right now.
And also,
And then there was suddenly like a big.
That's plausible.
100 kilo ohms. This is
Real quick handy bag. Now, I don't know.
Yung isang kahig, isang tuka o yung isang...
इस पेज पे आपको सारी वो information.
Like I give a tender's fuck.
Especially if they have basement.
Is a large county.
Really bring out our blades.
Demoralizes the whole body.
bir şeyler verdim. Bağlı hala.
उसके बाद ये लोग
You can include spells for.
When.
Screen here. It's
Also, this is cool. I can kind of chip away.
Term? Yeah, over it.
Like you cannot be funny.
It's the only one operating in that mode.
Will be seen and others.
और प्लस वहाँ का एक बेस्ट पार्ट of something, but it's not 100%. The friends couldn't resist the allure of
Stature and a size 3 shoe.
Patrick, to instead now.
If this company from Massachusetts...
ESR spectroscopy.
तो more than one.
Calculate raw score.
Like with Mieszko the First. No.
Fungi do these things naturally. They're
So you should know how to draw these, not only...
you didn't...
Because
में करना है. तो आप क्या करें?
On you.
The price a good why.
By, it's secured by...
Than other societies.
अब basically पहले account में जाना.
For example, अगर आपके overall.
See that when we gave FG
Of parents that were part human.
you could have a.
on our staff to go get the endorsement to be
At the midpoint.
Selected with a blue eye.
responses. These responses you plant as a form of sympathy.
Se sienta un poquito más relajada.
Timid. Watkins comes away.
and do something about it.
Distance along the axon.
The requirement is 15.
few mutations associated.
Side to the right will have a crash.
It into greater states among the.
At the door, lighten the weight and do a problem.
By using this.
Your leg joins the first one.
से जॉब पे है तो वो
The activity has put the U.S. 7th Fleet on.
Earlier this winter.
A very brave contestant.
Now it's a microscope.
Achievements आपका ये.
Recuse himself. And this is big.
Now I can't overemphasize that. And I'll...
After we had our first.
So it probably seeped its way through into my work.
So let's say you attack the other arm, right?
Rásidott még a nap, úgyhogy úgy gondolom nincs.
All in right.
So sold. Now blend this.
I mean, I think there's a lot of collegiate.
Not too much is made.
I'll go in a couple of weeks on May the 22nd.
That supply will be provided.
Of flying, floating, or...
It's great to have this discussion.
That's the.
An impressionist masterwork.
Started to take the collapses.
KOT rabbit hole. Let's.
अगले क्वेश्चन पे चला जाए बिल्कुल सारी
Time and then also us.
This is so sweet.
Being adopted as a Mason in May.
and 117 can be written.
But it should actually be pronounced.
Symptoms include red or purple rash.
중세 시대에 만들어졌습니다.
Whether or not a certain.
In Pennsylvania.
Okay? Because you've seen it happen.
Balance का आपके हर महीने.
Well, there's a lot of lion dog face.
Mango pineapple vibe going on.
It's a flip.
You're pulling it down, and this is going to start.
या कितने प्यार है और कितनी भी टेस्टेड नहीं थी तो आपको अप्रोच
Story. I know. I mean,
more. So
They seem rude in other countries.
Why, if we're Jewish, they had to flee the position as a protector of the Hebrew.
The boat sideways. Now when we turn
जिसको पारिजात यानी हर सिंगार.
our communities depend.
How to notice these symptoms?
Just in the presence of the threat or the challenge.
Be sick.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'll.
It's going to be a one-time use.
And Dan and I felt pretty confident
that we had not left McBain alone.
ये वाला है रुपया तक जिसका जमा पैसा है उसको.
Then spent the next 18 hours.
In exchange for the pleasure.
Insan Heng is actuated by some.
You told me it was.
और easy तरीका है.
Blend, and it's got Birdie's face on.
And which involved some
Las mujeres del futuro.
Thank you, and I hope the chef
got to come up around a lot of that stuff.
beautifully demonstrate just how.
System. You don't need a lot of infrastructure. The same molecule is being used for
6'6".
Graduate or any university of Hindi.
Fees होगी वो होगी 1,000 rupees at.
Massive collection to be able to get.
The dress that we don't really know its surroundings.
क्योंकि मेरी friend ने
Active in general, you have less energy.
Somewhere inside a Dodge Viper.
Yazadoro.
听我的。
side and some.
and here is shrink wrap.
Changes. Now it's clear.
Green chart plotter very similar to one we got in the UK.
Colors to get a secondary color.
And you be calling me on the phone, Daddy DeMarco.
ऐसे UK travel कर रहे हो.
Too close to the system.
But again, the box is not the main.
Tears, which is antibacterial.
Update. That time, even at the hip.
Same but similar bubbles he caused.
The rural population would be much.
Commission को पठेबो.
Good committee को.
तुंदी.
Aladdin and Mari stared at the lifeless.
I want to say.
Or all kinds of things like this. Cannibalism.
His Atlantic relationship has not.
What helped you make the decision?
Because her own daughter was.
Spike planted.
He come up in relationship recently.
Quite small.
Some of these extinct creatures may have.
Some of the points. Give me 3 main.
So much more.
Photosynthesis is the ability to make.
Good.
Guys, now we talked a little bit earlier.
And buffers and asynchronous.
Insipid intellectual nourishment. So oak represents the intent.
It's South Scat and.
And then the same thing. It's able to engage.
I don't know who would fall for something like this because they're.
And it is no doubt largely.
Option मिल जाएगा.
Answered this, you would probably get the job.
Is live music at night. Half their
Talking to his friend that went to a hockey game.
Or some of us pretend that.
Something.
Good draining soils. Pots are. But as the unimitable Pindar.
14.
As those videos because they were not first.
And highest, where the seats were cheapest.
To be pressing down at all to.
The bread is on the table.
In print, it says plus or minus.
It is still in.
Deal.
That one?
Yep.
Mentions of the Holy.
Think about the consequences.
हमको कितना पड़ता था तो monthly around.
For myself a little bit when.
Gases. These gaseous hydrocarbons.
This friend down here.
of non-intentional leaks.
Take out these perches and
Extra spilling over onto the edges.
Since then, those at this post
Quilt. So when you go along, they go.
An ad starring actress Laura.
That links together science.
Nah, untuk membantu
टाइम जॉब करने का उनको कोई फायदा ही नहीं होता.
खुद जिम्मेवार है स्टेट
Two little monsters to summon.
He told the judge he was going to beat him.
pull it under.
Now it says, is this
Tachographs pins, C5.
A system that manages.
They asked for volunteers from the light.
man. Night casts
You add about a half capful.
The use of a regularly clean
Onto
children.
To allow it to do this.
My patience is
polymerase to phenequine hampers the
Of United Nations. Also, then put out a
2 inches wide.
Dude, let's go.
Is what adheres down. You don't want it.
monsteras, especially in
Yeah, अभी 31 दिसंबर.
Is dead. Okay. As long as it's
Industry, and there was also a lot of German.
For a new student is to
yet facial muscle.
And you push forward. You always.
Knights are not.
And then the rest of the world.
It said those were recommended.
Deployment will have acted as a
Child rearing without diaper duty.
I want to just talk to you guys about it.
Everybody was
fascinated
by bananas.
epigeal germination.
before Max goes down.
Calcium lactate bath.
On the wing roots.
Should be flowing. And we can.
The higher the levels, the lower the tolerability.
It's an easy to do, 2 screws.
We don't know anything about them.
Much exciton binding energies in these.
Cool TikTok hack you didn't know it.
The weapon underground to mitigate that.
इतना चाहने वाला ये धर्म
सेक्टर देखो, आप IT देखो.
Work and her whole group. Like I said,
for copper and
Acromegalic gigantism. Triangle shape.
A machine will talk to another machine, and this.
So
Boots are the most audible. In both Olympus, the Alps.
The portal, not knowing what awaited.
In reverse gear. That's a mouthful.
probably at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be.
इसके अंदर ना 5G आ गया है. इसके time I wanted to count, but
पैटर्न में अरेंज किए. The crystal.
Not much between Duke of
So that you can better spend your
Disposable apron with longer.
November 2012. The FARC and the...
thing ever. There's a reality in which you're poor.
Of thousands of spores into the air.
Cuts with non-binary.
I'm coming.
colors and then color.
Man calmly keeps driving without.
It's traveling at speeds close to light.
इंडस्ट्री को बहुत प्रॉस्परस कर दिया है.
In the rabbit hole.
And on our
but most of them.
Everything that's going on. And I figured.
my first hour is up, yes?
Nobody really engages with electric.
दोनों ने ही अपनी पोजीशन को.
So
Everything else is.
या फिर 5 साल का आपका प्लान था.
In nice shape, very good, no complaints there.
32% response rate. And smaller states fearing.
The door's locked. I can't get out.
Mix.
For each to avoid other
Development program significantly and
level and your own unbelief pour on.
Joel's a pretty good passer for his size.
Fire Ranger Pro connected.
So the digit 1 occurs 11 times.
This particular bout started off.
Sort the result by
Mazi.
Coming back to this thing, look at this face, day in, day out. In March.
I remember screaming.
This will also be distant.
This trigger point found is lit up.
The very important people behind.
It's very difficult.
Little boy and
Not spill it on the deck itself.
Joss is socialist.
After talking to business.
वर्क वीजा देते थे
Everywhere.
The worst job ever.
Saw that the timing was right there. And
Thanksgiving one time.
leaflet
Projects. What we see happen.
On a pegboard or smudges. Grown men still.
What?
Inner luggage.
Each of which became the domain of.
Get away, whoever wants to go first.
kick your feet out.
Shall we? Yep. Among African Americans can go to.
In our service here.
To been under the dominion of Gurkha.
Put me somewhere. Like I'll take myself. If you
कर सकते हो कि opening है कि नहीं.
Relax it. Just find the right feed.
those are similar.
A paste, which I could just.
Describes how, during Prohibition.
Abroad and parliamentary business.
I've been having.
visa ultimately पैसे लेके आ रहा है.
That's his mom.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
Unequivocally, that,
The stack is shrinking.
Miss a few days.
You have to work.
That I had just happened to be next to.
So the other thing too about my
20 faces. So you can see.
By weight. And then go ahead and put.
figure out, why. Why would they?
And comfortable grips.
लेंगे तो 2800 rupees.
30 feet length from nose.
And you've confirmed.
People can go home and talk to somebody. It's a.
Found that the
In NMO spectrum.
It is quite also.
Hands and limbs. He can no.
Of all drawbacks of superior.
I'll let it go, it's like ratchet.
और यहाँ पे वो सारी की.
Provided to me.
To the ebooks.
And it almost feels like that menthol.
Not meaning for what's happening.
More ego.
Hepatitis B and liver cancer a priority.
I completely.
Oh my God.
Police department terminating.
Oh no, gosh.
Is rubber, and I think it looks very.
By miming, and then.
So in this fight, I guess apparently.
Now shake arms and hands.
Cars, the more I keep looking for.
So if you have selected.
And
Leaders blog on their website, you'll be able to see some.
please be kidding.
Here are 3 different types of sound effects.
Science or in the more general decision.
Contents of the beaker with a glass.
Essential molecules.
The Chinese seas were used.
So here's a great example where
He's totally without.
Guy trying to be funny.
Insufflate CO2 to blow up the belt.
Despicable me.
To not have your creature comforts. Like,
We did it again.
Should be applicable to across the entire.
7-string tuning. And as you can see.
Way to get looked at because she was.
Randy Wood. You can see behind.
Sorununu kolaylıkla çözebileceklerdi.
Recently was in the Washington.
Doesn't switch. Honest. Of this, there's another paper.
Next, थोड़े समय के बाद इसको एक
What's going on regardless?
But there are other ways.
High hardness, which will make it fantastic.
underestimated.
And I mentioned for
Are draining.
painter.
2 free counters.
Tips on how to interact with people.
Take the wheel here and go like this.
Das Ganze spiegeln und das natürlich.
Worst case, it knocks the chimney over.
Paid net immigration 80,000.
The format you could just
To do with the shape of his jaw. That is part of the island.
About not being able to find acting jobs.
Be as more concerned with turning and burning.
in the other direction. They
Extrality rights. And that's because
to support each other.
Many organizations work with.
Seaweed that absorbs water over.
The fluids and salt requirements.
Time is not actually used.
Play my records, nobody's really rocking with me in this.
£100. You guys see it?
Engineer Charles Matthes.
Pétain retrouve même son titre de maréchal.
I'm making Piper face her biggest fear. UK चाहता है कि वो लोग यहाँ पे.
Ito yung bitapagawa namin na dinedevelop.
Spectrum to the pompous.
That great! Wow!
And if you look.
ده سنيل إنه علوقاً والتعاملت.
Okay. That's about it.
Could I get one for free?
It is a crucial industry for the clean.
not being.
50% of the time, two of the boys stayed behind.
This webinar from our mailing list.
उसकी requirement है वो आपको दिख जाएगी और आप
Play the part in form.
Spoon to tablespoon.
Nerdy's links.
आप same usage में आप almost
Action and inhibits neuron.
Drive to be your
Battle.
See, and then it tells us how expression of fresh fruit character.
Sorry, Tim.
The two charges show the amount we believe.
wow, that's hard.
Have lower concentration.
Number of the endemic species and
Of precedence. But then
One day is 1,000 years.
Is used for the 62 series.
Declared that for the last 3
Edges around your work, it can be.
फिर उसको कॉल किया 2-4 बार कॉल करके
This case matches the exterior.
Have learned.
जब यहाँ पे travel कर रहे हो तो एक passenger लोग.
So I'll start with the easy one.
Adults working with them.
Well, so you're gonna get consistent.
Pretty much try and do it right up.
He asked again.
To avoid ion.
Including the men who work there.
Battersea Power Station.
And wash out salts and excess.
Around the edge of the pen.
And of an understanding of patients' sense to resolve their symptoms.
Peripheral and brain homeostasis.
Was guarding that wizard's.
I was putting it all together and thinking to crap.
Look at these two groups and what they're.
Data through microprobing or use.
there were a lot of micro.
The view that we do not yet have sufficient.
That have a very poor grasp of the resurrection.
Okay, so how do
Vision of the dead gangrenous areas.
Accommodation को select करूँ तो relative abundance of calcium.
Sensitive bioactive compounds.
No air will escape.
but I can only have a giant dragon. Go, go.
So here, primary.
It's not happened. He is totally demotivated.
Tournament circuit, and it was
used in the rest of the video. Managed to
Popularize the technique of the maxilla.
RJ Reynolds was here.
I wish you guys a good day. Maybe I should just swear.
Less horsepower.
Go to sleep if you want to.
Monks is a pasalubong shop, which means
And the low frequency.
As the only true heirs to the Jewish
Diopsis है इसी का मतलब कैप्स है
जो कि हमारा बहुत ही बेसिक सामान है.
Do you know?
होगा आपको 1.1%.
Bread. Stretch marks will now be
Ou quelqu'un qui est en sevrage de sucre?
Slip off, but the H for Celtic.
Larval forms.
Solution and make it happen.
It says
सोशल मीडिया पर तरह के अफवाह.
bayonet knocked out. Let's make over.
Components systems.
So how do we calculate that?
कोई सी भी स्ट्रीम से हो, आईटी सेक्टर से हो, सिविल
sexual. अब Greek resistance.
Having or showing an ignoble.
When I was told that I couldn't.
And if you're still on the surface,
Imagining what it would look like.
59 elemental mastery.
Originally, I thought you were just timid.
Get everything done.
And when chapter 5 starts,
and to me, it's a no-brainer. If you'll change
These, you will definitely enter the Nadir Not to
Entire family fortune in the wreck and leave.
Being.
60 years from now, they'll be saying, why don't they make good movies?
Our hold on it.
These money muggers, Jerry from.
Your aneurysm gets.
That is a direct quote.
Pattern boho blue card as well.
Of any French.
And all that we're left with is dead.
By Erschöpfung.
And Persian army fighting to the left.
Here, you first absorb the...
Yeah, but yeah, so the regret is actually कि कर्मचारी का दोष है.
Every 7 minutes is that normal? If you're
pointer finger and little finger into.
With him, it was a pleasure.
back up to your sailing position and pull it.
भी दिए हैं. एक है जिसमें ये
Mall or something like that, but
It may be difficult.
To blave means to bluff.
Good job.
Well, I hope you had.
And a little bit more.
This, that the principles of Freemasonry.
Only example of a dragon race working their whole.
Can you become funky maker?
Number 4C.
Another, sometimes hardly.
And will limit the hearing aid benefit.
साल में 10 लाख रुपया कमा रहा है, 5 लाख रुपया.
Tid at have en butik behøver havne.
Area near these ducks.
Spent the entire night at the top of the mountain without.
Has changed.
Oil inside the small beaker.
images that gradually fill with contrast.
It's like it's almost low enough that you can actually go.
End of the novel, I found that she was a bit.
Am I reading this right? You need a
Around it. Just literally.
Neither exists nor does.
lay it on me up and down, and then you can.
I have tried so far as.
Heads were dressed in fully grown. Created such a sensation.
Impact of faith on certain. If I was to start fresh.
Direct markers to look into.
Or Elizabeth.
Cut a tomb both on.
Think. Development has really gone to pack up too.
Kanilang mga babies.
The high doctrine of poetry.
Trying to avoid bursting the cell.
See, Deborah?
Show that jate kore.
Incarnate person could understand.
क्या डिटेल चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आपको 20
on what they are doing in other countries.
Sludge, maybe.
कार है, खड्डे है या फिर कुछ और.
Can I get disconnected again?
Is to become poor, and then
three that are harmless.
Or more, just how significant. So,
Okay.
Just incisor at 7 years old.
But we did it because, as you know,
तो length of fiber
I let it fall in a pit.
Might seem very unhelpful to flowers.
का शिकायत होता है. तो पहला है इस
acetone. Thank you for watching this video.
Accuracy, by the way, this is not how you will be able.
I can't like buy 10.
A letter explaining your case.
Every network station.
Office.
Defamation occurs when
From the same vendor?
that's your tracks. You're wrong.
Is this a dream?
Some more monkeys over here.
It's called lignin. The pattern.
Is it too scary to see a very big image?
Because the damage they have done.
Maybe 6 months ago.
very low. So
Dish bitch out to my brother quarterback.
It was the priests themselves who put
their panel is crashing, or they have weird performance.
One valve at a time. Or
And all of that.
Yeah.
आएगा वो अभी नहीं पता है, but
in the car it is 92%.
First one.
Listen, Dottie was the one
Made almost impossible to fail.
मैं इसको चेंज कर रहा हूँ और मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि
the best composer. So it's incredible.
Thyroid, so it needs iodine to help balance.
so what numbers are you? It gets tedious. You go all the way.
में ये फायदा होता है अगर डायरेक्ट आपको LDF.
This is the penis of the bean.
Of Azumarill, that's all we need.
Because while Trump has said, if I put my
keep going.
Are still vulnerable.
For me, it was so
calculating machine.
Ron played Opie on the Andy Griffith.
free, and especially being a Mary Cat.
suck at drawing lines. I should stop.
Finding them. And then reliability.
Charge, and you can reach a top speed of 12.
1/2 plus.
In their bedroom. If a company is off.
जो लिख रहे हैं उसको पूर्णता दें आपको
$400.
मतलब यहाँ तक पहुँचने में कितना टाइम लगा है?
The Gentiles.
Christmas and his sister's like, oh my God, that's gross.
It won't hurt to miss work.
One with a prep sync give plenty.
5 or 10 days after that.
What you're meant to do if you receive electronic.
Industrial Revolution. In other words,
Right. You know how you don't want to lie to your
People responded to his call, and the first
Shop share financial statement heading subheading analysis.
Going to a secret room, you'll obviously.
Richard. Cam Jurgens. Like.
Cancer, sabotage, and
White cells. Remember how
Business decisions. We will.
तो application amount
Can't write.
2 डाल दिया पहले एड्रेस मैंने 1 डाला था and
Nation. Then I'll present this.
क्या हुआ?
Sickness and other allergic reactions.
Need to understand that we have 700
babies, and I think that
Camera. Yep.
hair or repetitive stresses and strains.
Pressure is equal to the.
look at the dress. And
We can see, you know, like you mentioned, the suffrage.
I got most of them in there.
We will use the.
ये कौन से employers हैं जो आपको
People used to have a routine, no? They used.
And they're all really well done.
Seem to say, you are.
कैसे अप्लाई करना है उसके ऊपर हमने मल्टीपल
Keystrokes per minute. Ben loses the.
क्योंकि आपका जो बैलेट प्रोसेस होगा वो एप्लीकेशन क्या है?
Generates the spark that ignites the.
What's he doing now? What is that?
Of organ damage. Secondary point.
You know that I'll be.
Fine is okay.
Forces. 17.
तो यूके गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत बड़ी अनाउंसमेंट करी.
Happened, and he's just leaving like that.
In 600.
Hearer speak their language is
No le gana estadísticamente al número.
Just like
Quite an enjoyable time.
Alcoholic beverages to marinate meat.
Come back and get outpatient.
and all your additional security needs.
Basing the world, Oliveira.
Table and pondering an entry.
He can tell you where the farm was.
Drones. I will soon.
And really rendered and made
and hide it with.
हो गया. अब हमारा क्या हो गया? आपने एजेंसी.
Back on there. There are 1,000 hamlets.
Once it starts to come together, add in the rest of your fruit.
He only writes the urine.
That's it. Like it's.
More electric.
Is a very big impact.
Lower windshield.
OBGYN stands.
So instead of, kind of make it between.
Which is nice.
At the door with a plate of.
You always,
The skill trees are solid this time.
Treadmill of the life which has.
The ones at Disneyland?
It's for men.
Successful negotiation.
from 30 degrees.
By the latter part of the 19th century for
Long without it, but often I would. So.
Monkey.
Me and my monkey.
You're obviously in a different. That blue color.
Exactly.
animals not allergic at the time are showing.
Town criers.
Across the river.
Reasonable. We do share a bathroom.
Emergency, a simple push.
Albums you've listened to and recommended.
Stimulus.
Like that probably.
I should have cooked up on my.
By and by, I will explain what.
Visualization would help. I don't know, man, but I'm.
Gave the ruling and.
On of hands, for verily the dissolution.
In consequence of the heavy.
So this is a
Go away, scary wind.
Also describe the quantity of nouns.
A summer only pad with these.
I'm sort of.
My testicle.
They pull their cameras
by the people, but also.
What's up? The index marker falls outside of
Long-term money in it, and then it's all.
Oh.
Oh Lord!
Hey.
And hot guys, fireplace.
as museums being represented.
That if nothing is deterred from.
You?
The gun shoot fast.
It's smoother and smoother as long as you don't.
Some of the varied height that is.
I'm Melancholius.
Who are trying to control.
Originally red zoned according to the.
But shit, what do you? Yeah, all of these niggas be hating.
That they moved it from a.
Present होती जिसमें pollen.
8 hole marks.
This original gasket that's on this.
Hey, how you doing?
In the comment section below.
Who's responsible for this? I am.
That's not my.
What do you mean?
just to block in the list.
Blastocardiography.
जो ऑप्शन है ये गलत है. Second,
That heavy tail is still morphing.
कि हम उस थक्के को खत्म कर सकते.
Oh, we've seen it before.
Urologist Dr. Aaron Spitz.
And determinant.
Like there's a recovery. I mean, just like some of you guys.
T rapes.
Can you identify them?
Sally.
Caught my brother here off guard because
हो कुछ भी हो तो मेरा
you're gonna need to first
charge on the materials.
Narrative and literally reading.
I don't think he's.
you know you've dealt with that sort of thing.
Hydro.
And it goes, nothing but that.
Arrière-garde et ramasser les morts entre.
Place where they worship.
और आप यूके ट्रैवल.
जब अगर आप सक्सेस.
It's big.
Rarely drowsy.
The defender tries to make it.
या board meeting में तय होगा.
But this one is deeper.
This is not of much use.
Y'all taking sides, huh?
That helps you.
और आज उसका शेयर है.
This is day 3 here, by the way.
Well, you better tuck that in.
Sitting on the ledge in my kitchen.
He is from country.
Musty and Kirby Page and Dorothy Day.
Where in years?
It's marked by kind of weakness and
Outlook on the range.
in Tana, they always
Target cancers using alpha.
Distinguish. Is there any?
Checking the traffic.
Or near garbage, clogged drains.
Of Rome was suffering.
Ash of war.
And these are actually going for a pretty.
Away with 7 tackles.
Because that's what I think.
Of the Plisma.
Interesting. But yeah, there we are. Long neck run.
very real problem for Elvis.
Assertions because
Talked about this in any of the other videos before.
That fragrance can.
And he's gonna be.
He was not worried about his safety.
Video was shot, I'm sure, in a couple of years.
Must retreat.
A little bit harder to show you, but let's get reality you want to manifest.
Country without all the legal papers.
Goes second most populous metropolitan.
They're hand painted and I was hoping.
early.
या यूरेनस होते हैं वहाँ.
Films carry the thousands of genes that make.
এখন যে বড় বড় সমস্যা নিয়ে
fail, we go over budget.
Yeah, that's a good.
Here's her obituary just there.
Why were they just
Female bees.
Well, number one, the.
No, I mean. No,
आपको वही information. Your.
Including Max Planck.
imperative that we do this for our commercial.
Student visa हो गया, settlement visa.
Don't you touch a thing!
The midline of the spine and of the.
Green window.
Animated text. I mean,
Yeah.
There, resulting in fingerprint.
I would recommend either eating more.
This is rough. This is rough. I don't know what.
On Friday, he ate through.
any random chore you got, well, I can do that.
回话呀。
The past year of Mystic Mountain.
Electrify mind. Called CO2, the fluid.
there?
I noticed something odd about these $10.
Unconscious in the medical room.
Have any
solutions to that.
It, Simon, is that the audit
It's for military control. Thank you very much. That was my time. And
I was like, who is that with that?
I have to find the central nervous system and
Your faith.
एंजाइम के बारे में बात करने वाले
And yeah, just
A badge of identity. Your
system from beginning to
Infection. The cyst fills with bacteria.
Or to disorient it.
you certainly can do.
We really want you to come and
saying from the moment I decide.
the two in the toolbox on the other side.
This one here is a bigger wheel.
Now,
5 primary colors can create.
Have the labial palps here.
So many gorgeous herbs out there. Like,
So no need for a draft. So what?
Just want to be the guy that's, hey, okay, come back.
Yeah.
Ever been. So, you know,
yeah. She said she saw. I could go way deeper and like talk.
persistent extra
one shipworm in or a couple.
First pathina idu mari
but it's a good way from hair sonnet.
applications submit karenge hi karenge. I don't know where the
के बाहर ही खड़ी है कौन आया था मेरे घर पे
Stark dieses.
and if you're in a situation
Or metal strut in order to.
On the Rancho San Miguel.
Support you.
Want to see her again.
Negro.
Inclusive of the one who wants.
She took marks away.
Apply your product to the
Or through IUI, it is very.
Me of those remember
इनका इन्होंने phone number और email address.
Little issue.
When the angels had
Which is
God is good. Psalm
ದಹನ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನಡೆಯುವಾಗ
पैसा जा रहा है इस तरह का है
that he tastes sugar.
Okay, so if we get in.
Trust me, my eyes are.
Odors.
Anybody can. Too bad at all.
Her insightful advice.
No, nothing.
Mel is always working with the.
And
singing balloon.
the system is being updated just a bit.
I'm in the part now. My favorite range of merch from this.
Breathing in their amniotic fluid.
Light spell power here is nice.
As I do not.
is because
and then मैं यहाँ पे एक email address डाल रहा हूँ.
Is subsumed under capital.
Us coming up in a comp.
And this
Using words like aggressive. How else?
Done faster with the future.
Mature company that went public.
So let me
An example. Now in our उसको skip कर सकते हो और mandatory भी.
carcass. They absorb that calcium.
Kind of 45 degrees this way.
যদি আপনি add to select you're over that.
Germans had expertly zeroed in their guns.
in Northern Ireland. So it is right that we keep.
Once a.
Exerces ahead of any other oil crop, but
Market. One. This is going to be key too.
So we start with the member.
और आपको ये जानना है कि आप
Typical antipsychotic medication.
outside of Aussie dollars.
Of the people that live.
Too different.
doing things that make others.
So I've got this plugged in.
wasn't really
Hearing were employed by Pavlov.
Strawberry, chocolate cone.
Right across the street and.
Hawkwatch group that come out here.
So beautiful, so elegant.
No, you basically leave that.
yeah so
led by Greta Thunberg.
So Canadian National Opera.
1.25.
By definition, plots in the lower right.
Acquiesce means to agree. Strike aircraft that were Peru's primary.
बीमा का पूरा राशि मिला मैं 5 लाख रुपए.
By the court, no less than 30.
See, each Kemetic deity has a
Sahi candidate who.
Duration cannot exceed 160.
If the person has a physical...
Just take a good look at yourself.
I'm gonna run that.
Because if you have punctuation.
Then create a dot net, jump in.
That on our western flank,
Stakes 6 furlong.
In a way that was immune to.
How countries drive. Germany.
Do have one question.
Biology.
To get that vintage edge.
Does not come across in.
Here, this is the equivalent.
Seeming scowl.
In 1969, Faisal.
They're very similar to
Of moral relativism is cultural.
file that has my stack of data.
Bluntest.
To look at, in this case, we want to look at.
Particularly guided, and there's that base.
Plan. Obviously, the autocorrect.
For God's sakes, improve your...
I can do now.
Number 7, German
Surfactant formula. Now this to handle this without biting.
And this brings us to dosages.
which are in chemical matrix and fulfilling the
with the ethyl group.
Skincare.
Okay, I'll play.
All right.
This is cut 90 degrees.
Expressions. અને એને પણ આપણે સતત ways of discussion include.
Currently employed in university.
Present in all the cells, but in an.
We need to get the measurements.
Things, right? You're going bad button, so make sure you have.
We have to eat
Bustle. But today, it's...
You know when you grind bread, what it looks
Evil St. Thomas's Hospital.
And this feeling of great grief.
or not making the most of it.
Training. But even in the pursuit...
There's the default sort of fit mode is
Looking at him when he walked in.
society administered. Marketing.
Study, I will show you only one result.
Of the open floor has a.
She makes it clear he needs to.
Massage in this area works well here.
Mumbo jumbo, but when you have experience.
This little boy takes his toy truck to the pond.
Who were pro-German.
Many people with colonic
Fifth bull bring. And it was
Downswing. So what we see with professional golf.
That one time, don't hold it down.
inspect the insertion site.
Ada tota vasica or justicia.
And it's basically because we're on a...
That was easy. 4 ringgit.
Don Quixote left his son.
From like 120 to 220. Just
कर दिया, hard disk change कर दिया, बस.
മറ്റൊരു പാത്രത്തിൽ
divisive displays of righteous anger
And having done all, to stand.
are clearly visible.
certain time periods in the day and
reactivity table.
Real. It's because one, I don't want it to dig into the...
What did you do? So what I did was I oiled the bottom.
捞出来，这个时候香味已经。
From home, I just wanted to say that we...
Yes, this is how they do hidden brace.
Here.
events sewed together. Just snip it off before.
Cards. I'm just gonna cut the skull and Hadi and.
These clouds also sit quite low in the atmosphere.
It's not a peppermint. And then
The opportunity and the challenge and what
He has some pretty bright.
Make sure you get everything done in a timely manner.
2021 and Lindy especially. इसका दायरे में नहीं आता हूँ आप सब qualitative behaviors as we
And that are already peeling. Like if you
crafted like
For accuracy. While it won't win any design.
ആ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റിന് ഒരു ചികിത്സ തന്നെ.
These have all been new.
Again, IMG, Jason.
We have our traveling chef.
Just become that. But the
Here we go.
Really have to kind of yank it out to get it.
Marine Corps to conduct persistent intelligence.
nice and neat.
pyramid misr
Those pelvic floor muscles specific.
Yeah, so I feel like the profile.
Dr. Bronner's peppermint cast.
ISL houses. When
it's like he breathed out
brusque.
now
For him to have also taken on the direct.
I think it's 120 in this one.
would ever be scared of you.
orange Red Bull
6 F sharp G A sharp.
I'm
together some teams and then
Come back out the next morning and it would
In the southwestern corner of Germany.
Phone maintenance test of PCB short circuit.
29. These would be really fancy.
Crematory was on fire. That is held or sits above.
the hell was that?
No resver. Graphic. Homonographic.
And honestly,
flip our kids up.
The number of
I'm talking about. And so when I
Spray paint and spray one side of the headband.
Now, for narcissistic people,
okay well now they're going to stretch out and they're going to be
in which a small amount of
That means that a lot of people are doing that.
sulfur ions.
Pronouns the word.
so I can do free weight exercise no I'd rather
A story rather.
Let's get this.
Canada that sees the continuance of.
It's not good to nurse the lie.
But that day she was frazzled.
For the Destiny games, but the stuff in on
Wealth directly to Loomis Fargo.
never be unhappy.
We did a video that
It's another prolific medieval translator.
Capacità di rendere i nostri territori le nostre
5 signs you may have a parasite.
God
In the shot, obviously, that's why I'm kind of going.
Sodium and Caesarean.
that I thought was really cool was
What this does is it will absorb the same.
one gonorrhea
is in the same way.
So
second only to Namibia in the
Lower radiation signature than.
Evolutionary time. For most of our history,
The smaller your little.
the torn
varicosities or varicose veins.
How is the care taken to learn?
And keep in mind that Canada.
The program provided financial and
aliens are real.
कि आपको
This science fiction work with
The sea, meaning this was possibly
library 1 by
the whole village jolt, so all American.
brain filling meal.
as before, as I'm trying to control what's happening.
Pence, 1,200 pounds.
Causes a decrease.
Outcomes.
Slav People's Army order is demolished.
And so when the psychiatrist said
তাই সব সময় নিজেকে ফাস্ট
A gentleman.
Question about the conversion.
But we're going to start with those crueler.
And dental issues.
To Depression era gangsters.
Affect Switzerland, broader Switzerland.
Inflation.
So if you think
Heritage. We don't have to invent.
नहीं है तो ये RBI का रूल है कि
This was to give them a target.
Extending, flexing.
Harmonies that he creates that is so important.
I doubt there's any views
Of overburdened.
Step is activation.
So as you can note.
So if he thinks it's being attacked, look at
And I want to build them faster, tankier.
Una actividad comercial.
तो इस चीजों को ज्यादा प्रसारित नहीं
Care gets a know your rights. Fortune's cup to drain.
Not benefiting anything you couldn't call us by.
Story, I'm turning on The Sopranos from 50.
Les plus concernés sont le dos.
And the ruler of eternity.
the magnifying glass to select the cancel.
Read them. You have them right there.
Everyone has the right.
So he paid you in full for years.
वो कुछ ऐसे एक्शन ले
Say he was poisoned by a woman he flirted with.
They didn't want to display the actual body.
loneliness isn't a problem, but it can just help.
Too much kindling. Really just
To society.
Recognized by the car. It thinks you're stealing it.
साल में हाउसिंग लोन मिल पाता है इतना पे
We also want to consider your balance.
Going back into that coral and diffuse.
The ruling elite in some kind of.
नहीं करिए तो आपके पास best option है.
I'm mentioning this because sister-in-law.
How about we check behind that purple door?
आपका KYC के लिए हो चाहे
Created
I'm too scared to buzz it.
Someone like you.
His legs is like
procedure where somebody says that
Is the number.
They don't understand.
ना पड़ता इस केस में आपको
Of our brigade shows his acknowledgement.
Twice a day.
Yes, which is why we.
Refractiva bilateral en pacientes muy.
We generally pick out
Fact. But if you have
greater than 5% and twice the on those who fear him.
Proximally and distally, and we are.
Those clients that I have here, those mad.
Plus.
contact as well as household contact.
and kind of held Grant back, but
Unlocking time.
on a brief inventory, I'd say that you could.
Well, this part.
it lowers down. Both knees.
Yes. And that's
When they are.
Date of birth, आपका passport.
Basically, like, again, what we had.
Now, I want you to remember that's.
That wasn't what he had been saying.
We also know that this tripling is also.
So for
It will fight it a little bit, so that's it.
18 inches.
Blueprint build mode. It's.
I don't, right? So if you ask.
you guys all have the link.
I was like forced into maturity. I was.
Developed and come up with.
Next on our list is number 7.
Debated. All right.
होता है किसी गाड़ी का पर्स की बात बोल रहा हूँ.
Really just using my right leg to guide the motion.
I want to make myself look like an egg.
allowing us to present any
combination. There are two types.
An awful lot bigger than that. You can.
Area of one of these blocks.
Mount it kind of tucks it underneath your.
The new exhaust.
Too far down in my socket. So.
Oxalate stones are hard and more resistant.
able to seep into the unsuspecting.
Bad feelings.
So next we're gonna go ahead and just.
So these, like when I.
And sometimes they also enter
Calcium, uranium, vanadate, radioactive minerals.
We want to start off by changing the bed.
Start the blower.
There just aren't that many
severe life-threatening neurological
amount of infection in people.
Historical Society of Dunbarton.
And it's a good place to start.
Use it for...
Let me go ahead and call CQ here.
And the size of the ovens are...
After that,
Inside and outside.
Hate to why or the hate.
And while many think it's just a part of
they didn't run out of food.
like he was trying on here, I think.
And sisters.
Jeez.
Off.
Popular. Oh, no. There's only like 3 ways.
from the moment.
Colorful paper. Look at this. Look how pretty.
शुरू कर दिया है भारतीय जनता.
Okay, boys, let's go.
Carefully removed where possible.
Side valve.
To take what might be a...
The problems caused by the private secretary.
Aspartic acid.
Longing for the person of the Holy Spirit.
GPS connected.
has been a haven for tussle.
32 gram average weight of
A generalization.
More general approach is to, and again, I would point you back. We've all.
I'm looking for. Yeah.
A photographic deep to stop it bottoming out.
To move away from it, which means that
The
one that you have been getting.
And in your continence.
Lengthen the upper portion ratio.
50 months, class 1.
The excess of water and you
create jewelry, whales and dolphins.
She wasn't feeling my music, I thought she told me.
Further.
Finding your life!
Committed to turn his life around.
Same Bible that had what I talked about.
I don't know. There is absolutely no human.
Close your eyes.
To the points which are relevant to Toric.
And we can write this.
Underground bhi hai, overground bhi hai.
The lie. I wasn't going back to Diamond.
Constituidos por la iglesia a lo largo.
Rest another pastry strip across the pot.
Full of lies and despair.
English ever?
Here, Pat. Alongside a prolonged gaze.
That I could adhere to my card.
Good morning, my dad.
Sides of the corners and line them up to secure with
own. Bill and Finn decided to hire.
Double bondo. Interior design.
There is what's called the Sambo Gakaya.
Kindly and fly and
18th cell cycle. So that's just
Physiological disorders are very important.
Get some back. Old Testaments.
The woman left the chamber to tell the maids her.
Whitehead continues.
I don't
Consultants.
20 arquebuses on support.
Which is Scientology. And the
To differentiate.
Sam.
Between Cancer and Aries.
First of all, who are you?
But it will work on literally.
आदमी अपनी रियासत को
Leading to the gasworks in Pugliano.
Songs such as these were.
Oh, yeah. Fake friends. You know what I mean? Like.
Not that big. Light stick.
Metal. Hardware.
Feed people, and you can easily add an entire.
as fuck, busting.
That is based on a series of
And I can see you from where I'm standing.
Is a pen. So because obviously
Before you can do it, and that can cost.
स्टार्ट होगा 25th of July को तो जिसको
having absolutely no idea. I do think in the large community.
Typically, you're going to hold for 10
वो बेटों का नाम दूंगा मेरे को उनकी information.
Starship Troopers.
This is landfill. I'm being the unreasonable one?
Financial information.
Christmas my true love gave to me.
in collagen fibers.
Jimmy Trill, right? I need to break.
Let's go get some lunch.
Off in your brain that you want to run your mouth and art.
Publication that was semi.
Ghost stories, which burns.
On my way home, it's yellow sand.
Seeing, doing, and being more of love.
With this. So. Back. But I'm going back in the
Devices that were very sensitive.
रहेगा वहां पर जाकर आसानी से मिल जाएगा.
We're the primal Madonna.
Petal.
When the more
जाती है hysteric hindrance. अब hysteric
bank account.
a little bit easier when we have windy conditions.
then maybe you don't want to be too
So like regular old HPS ballast.
So I for example.
a closed cell EVA phone.
Lately, and I love it. It's just. But we're unaware that the entity reacts.
Stupid. She doesn't even know how to write.
Chemicals responsible.
SIP का blue chip plan लगभग.
Well drained pots.
Piece. Heat the fastener head. If you do not have an account.
All this from all these detectors and so.
How they जवाब कर.
Could have an act.
And then we're going to get to.
Okay, so they break up rocks. From discrimination. However.
Tender points, particularly when I get into.
So if you pay for 2 years, you can get the.
ऐड कर सकते हो. इसको ऐड करके
110. But in practice,
It was nearby Mustafar, the planet.
So let's go over fire.
and the type cluster I.
When organic remains are excavated, it's
Calcium channel.
Taken by such anger.
So if you're looking for an RTS
related to shellfish and.
Side of our blade. So this one.
आपको बता दूं.
Meshing, especially at 150.
More efficient at cutting across the grain.
August of their 2-year-old year.
इसमें 4 years के लिए आपको स्टडी करनी होती है और
Okay.
अपनी लाइफ जो है डिपेंड कर.
The Lord of the Coast paused mere yards.
On the y-axis and remission.
Became widely available.
Both birth control and abortion.
Leo had been charged with heresy.
Attention. Some of their speech.
Almost like us, but that's not true.
It's a good old.
You asked me for murder.
What do you think of that?
Little slave.
그 경비원외에는
To bury God's praise.
In Montpellier,
Compromised though by drug and
Fossil. The remains.
It's showing how high. Through the rib cage, so they can use it.
In the world to install
Document setup.
and I've been.
human, they still
Synthetic project.
But most of all by fires.
Well, I mean, there's the financial side of it.
Raw steel. It's home to.
Same thing. The next one will go directly across.
साल के लिए नहीं होता इस चीज.
Subscribe to Critical Role on Twitch.
energy, the atoms within the materials.
You'd see that the cochlea consists of...
When the airdrop has been taken and what...
I met a girl down at the disco.
And Helga for organizing the series of
Example, 9 completions in 30 attempts.
When भी book कर सकते हो. इसके अलावा...
You will, I don't want to.
her jawbone. So her thyroid goiter. Pals. Then writing and application.
3 discrete.
And then have to go to accessibility.
It was this effect that encouraged
That stars appear in different places.
Today, since...
In the loudest way possible.
This will be what? It is a spontaneous reaction.
I was kind of like, it's a bit of a problem.
15 pesos cuestan.
15 pesos?
And then detail of your departure. तो आपकी
Statistically significant changes to
जैसे आप लोग देख पा रहे हैं 2/7/2000.
the downsides to the link blaze.
One brother, in order to bring about his... How can you hate a 9-year-old?
Yo, let's get a nano blade going.
Then...
Deal that was agreed back in January.
Your response to what?
An unhurried tempo.
expected frequency of 4 hertz or 20.
Inflate your abdomen. This
Squeeze by force.
When they get darker.
If I type
Permafrost that coat the Arctic.
My life is like a movie.
Doesn't have any impact on cooking performance.
Brass and pewter are boxed.
You know what? I've been playing...
If you're at low risk.
The master mold, the original Sentinel matrix.
Lavelle. Many attempts.
में भी कम खर्चा होगा. इसका manufacturing
Of the shell because you made an oopsie.
But at the end of the day...
He was the one element that tied these.
Swelling may irritate one...
Send in the rednecks, all of them.
Dead. We just wanted to feel like it was...
Makes me feel like now I know what to say.
Open the drain valve.
You don't get to call me, stupid.
Cheers to little Timmy for surviving the. उनके पास में chance होता है वो
The inscriptions that...
I want to test it on someone.
I can show you. This is the edge of the...
50.
and you only really want to be shoving if you think...
One. That's why it's located in German.
Order.
It's kind of your jam, right? Like...
Her humiliation was the...
Only after a successful conclusion to your case.
The public with...
And with the beam, but the more...
Exploration of sound.
With this mobile...
All sorts of living or dead...
I never told you.
Tree rocks are deposited into horizontal.
Beach at the end of Church Street.
And brimstone black.
Patient list है उसमें एक नई entry add.
Satan shall one day be...
After the procedure, you will be taken to the...
Due to the heroic effort of the Russians.
Studying for your real estate license? Today, outnumbered 5-1.
It's May.
Crowds of soldiers from the dam began...
Of black!
Vacation is the move to lifelong.
All at different levels.
It was kind of the heartbeat,
But अब वो क्या वो समय आ गया.
State the problem crudely, but...
5.4.
Longer hash, of course. SH...
And you do both this front?
And his anger waxed.
That too many have imposed on this population.
I work like a dog! Damn!
A bulwark. Among the musics.
Were dismissed.
Evidence of allergy.
Yeah,
Bring the average of
I'd like your professional.
Well, in FM and
Off, and that's one of the big signs that a lot of people look for.
Quad in place, but sources now.
Nafasnya cepat dengan respirator.
Start kind of by just reviewing what.
These are both very important.
Finally, the hormones estrogen produced by
The one-star commander at Grafenberg.
Strategies that's identified with them.
in the late 19th century, and of course,
And the higher your prescription.
Now we'll cancel it.
To avoid post-operative.
Fold. To.
Wanted remains.
What was his name? And she does not remember. The joints of your upper back and rib joint.
In the dimension.
You need to be careful with
Where were those guys when I was playing?
stable on phosphoric acid.
even fat can get converted.
Per day, and the daily dose was
Curling your hair as usual. You can kind of come over the.
For example,
उसको जो भी यहाँ पे आप रह रहे हो चाहे
Well, what else is it going to be?
Works he drew. In two.
That definition, but once one thing and allow the other
Of neuropathic disease.
Everywhere over here.
I'm gonna drink. If we don't start
Mobile phones for jokes and they won't even let.
While pulling the left side down tightly.
memiliki struktur khusus pada organ cahaya.
Pontis Kesti Hodi.
here on the scale and
10 to 2.
Parts of southern Syria.
It wasn't that
Davis
bad.
has left.
And today I want us to.
Record like that is the nose.
The same kind of limitation, and I'm.
Perfect.
That he wouldn't try his luck again.
That will not only clean.
There might be a deadbeat.
will the county provide
लोगों का फिर 4 साल 5 साल 10 साल के लिए
कि sponsorship letter तो उसको बोल
but from falling through the table and through the air.
Put it around the real hand. This is a continuing process.
Creation of the stencil.
PFAS from entering our.
Hai dato 2 scarpe di magazzino.
Question he gets when the weather scenes, including
Me.
These things in a way that's
Electrode.
Again, make sure the round edge is.
Me Rob.
दोनों तहें जो हैं.
To accomplish these shots,
And let your
Continued all through.
Ride this up. Put my.
For taking the time to watch this.
The patented Gen 2 Inferno.
The people have patios and potted. So what I've done here.
thing for the right side.
When the researcher reached the library,
Agrees with reality insofar that.
of it is that
Dolls on it.
Maybe the show manages to.
many of these pop culture vultures.
Is it worth 160?
Kailangan na affected the transformer.
It's almost like pudding, like. So if you're not.
So much power in you.
While I love turn-based RPG,
The suicide. I didn't know what to.
And here you missed
Rigorism of an extreme kind.
The diminishing numbers of.
Choose the entire agreement between.
broth in your meal. This.
We start spinning it!
Looks like we're gonna have to do this though.
Stop using Excel.
Sliding scale to illustrate
is very small for me.
The
morning glory.
Arte makes landfall in Catharo when her cult travels.
With a lessened value on life.
Void. Because what's the use of food?
Nice light.
Creative. Simply Stamps offers.
और वो पैसा आपका 80,000 रुपया हो गया.
What in the world is that? Because I wasn't.
Because they were to be observed through scope.
A chance to cheer on your neck.
Couldn't be asked to pay for an extra fucking
Fail on you, and it leads to resistance.
In which blood-filled cysts appear.
Information that
There's only one on the return.
Is erroneously recognized.
Make him disappear.
Create an alibi.
This one. First of all, who do you
Which means they have to be a dissolving stitch.
अपनी कार्ड डिटेल शेयर कर देते हो CVV number शेयर.
Worms mainly fasten themselves to
5 ways you can use this power. The new
try to forceps.
All look for a spot. Hunkered.
और वो ठीक नहीं हो रहा.
The seats came with the.
Put this Picasso in here to say.
और जब ये साइज बढ़ने लगती है तो
Look at the jug and when I see
Steps we take here help us to do one way to pass by them instead of spending energy.
Hey guys, it sounded like Tyler was cutting
Yo's restroom, and it's Saturday, so I'll clean it.
Provide an answer to our bill in particular.
That felt painful or charred. To the side of the cabin where lay the dead.
Congress is like, Your Honor, we need to...
Storage. Lay down. Even though
Positive, and mom one will be
then going to bind it to the cat.
part of a relationship. To me, it's like
so there's
everything.
Okay, well,
and we met of how
You see, for reporting a story that everybody else.
This is what Isaiah says.
Partners as well as scientists.
तो आपको भले ही सामने वाला कॉपीराइट
Você clicando, por exemplo, agora.
fillers. People are obsessed.
This binding of pertuzumab
Of QI, then this function will do.
to be someone who's applied for.
Key point 6, empowerment.
UK ने हेल्थ एंड केयर वीजा को बंद कर दिया.
Mattress. Here's some more.
Always searching.
Actions or completing projects.
Also, in the staircase.
You knew where the truck key was?
use these constraints. So once we
Argentina. Come with.
I got hoes, I got bitches.
And it was like every morning with.
But what led her and many others?
तो यूके गवर्नमेंट ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहती.
Arrived intent on stealing their belongings.
Temple in Jerusalem.
Motile that is bacillus species.
If you take
the remaining non-ground points.
when we are in the street.
In your hands.
पे जाके एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म फिल करनी पड़ेगी.
To see statues of
कार्य कारण सिद्धांत
Orange juice, concentrate.
से भी आप कहेंगे और उनको बता.
Again, no, just fantastic.
One of their best blends, only £20.
Ready for the encounter.
We're not.
And we do a full range of.
This cable is now ready to.
Introductions were being made.
Are pink, whereas positive reactions. Take me I got you.
Extraction import. It goes.
You like it, alright? Yeah. It's actually really helpful because it helps the.
That right. Once I've selected the game.
ताकि कस्टमर इजीली शॉप कर सके.
This plaque A clot of blood.
Gryffindor's common.
Breath sounds the same.
The word describes the
Laundries, etc. Don't forget.
Some discharges mean some things.
No me estés hablando así, ¿eh? Childs and families. Was it?
The things in not.
When
Would have been, terms of a settlement.
Am I unhappy in the moment?
Schools in the Midwest, asking them questions.
not hurt you. It's just that.
Athletic injuries. How about
off and then redo it. So I hope this isn't
Horrific tendencies and
This is why your nose runs when you cry.
Oh, comfort.
For dust collection.
power forward. I got a picture of Michael.
This is simpler and
The truth is hidden in these few lines.
Lawyer.
These are the ISC by Genesis Partners. It was difficult at first, but to increase and enhance the profile.
Miss me away.
Proportion to the discharger.
are short, they have an elongated snout.
You guys are kind of picky.
आप हो सकता है यहाँ की जो current
Let's show you just one part of my new room.
Hey, that's me.
A day.
Parce qu'il y a cette notion.
Level. Like if someone is brand new to your business.
It's like a week later after you clean.
A jury. That
look at a different acceptance criteria.
is a common enterprise.
The company.
The girl wife said, as Weber.
On the first method.
identify करने के बाद कि कोई particular course.
On a motorway.
Yes, you do know the patents were obtained.
Huge wrench was thrown into the whole mix.
Easily.
Leur fortune. Ces 5 classes sont divisées en...
Respectability to a sort of pain.
CCTV footage of him hitting his staff member.
The lights go out because when it gets dark.
Proteins by 14 amino acids.
Plesiometa argyra is a spider that's 100% observed skin.
DR discussed this incident during one of his fires.
That's what Paul is struck.
So we do that. That's
Tall, sorbitol, xylitol.
See? Go back to crying. All of them.
Toxin.
Hey, pós. Eles viram que o
Carrying out of which...
And again, enhance that.
This normal bone marrow showing different.
Who were enslaved.
Speaking of dinosaurs.
Requisite when the occasion does happen.
Just the gym.
I know how much is too much. But again, nobody could tell the difference.
The platypus plumber?
House.
direct recruit भी कर सकते हैं तो अगर
Strong, which is why I like it.
He would fire the last bullet.
Lay on. I could press the 3 down.
The crystal.
पूजा बहुत ही प्यारी लड़की थी.
For everything that I had in me.
So just a few examples.
Babe has been led by the Holy Spirit.
Is a really difficult skill.
unappreciative and inattentive.
Poor quality के ही हैं तो इनको
Greatness. So
gateway ID use करिए और यहाँ पे जब
Not as much runoff as there.
one of them was
आप बहुत ज़्यादा कपड़े कैरी मत करो.
in which to record.
And it's all very well to look at that virtue.
secondary treatment. Then by implementing.
In phase 3, the humorous.
It's like everyone else. She souls.
A separate question.
Not, you should not be beveling the edge.
That was never true.
Want to do some gum? Yes, I do. So what am I?
You're in earlier to hike.
And so these
And I'm hoping he changes until they get up.
no nos vamos a hipercalcemia.
that ever lived, and he was thinking about poetry.
Listened to or understood.
So he's distracted, and then you put the lead.
Я хотел налить уже сюда.
This area really has been kind of vacant and
Delivering over 1,000 foot-pounds.
really important, especially in winter because your skin is
Being sad gives me the feeling.
Overseen by a referee. And
Students of those teachers, you can start to...
Taxpayers' income, the more likely they will.
It's America, and it's just they went dark, moving into the forest,
where we looked
a little more often.
So the answer to that is, of course,
About who, which team
across get
into the base. But that's
someone who forgives themselves.
उनके रूप में लिखे गए और कई धर्म
patients.
But they would have.
and you would have probably a foot. I just don't want to be.
बारे में बताएंगे और इतना बेइज्जती इतना
And to end isosceles trial.
yeah, we already gone fully, so they
Both legal and illegal. Cast.
If only he were so lucky, but very soon.
Ketchup consistency.
And then the mean times though.
Keenness.
Way. So it's a dash, but it all
I hope this letter does not fall on deaf ears.
days. Once again, though, these symptoms.
In general,
twine from a carbon fiber composite.
with 2 tablespoons of
He's continued there.
Including all the necessities like baby.
And tortured.
To start to realize those deep.
thus contributing to the poor score.
The link between our reluctance.
Which the processor is likely to exit.
So I think that's the paint.
Fully secular calendar, but the idea of keeping
After story learning method is
thing is in this cloud out here, and all you can do.
That beavers have a complex microbial.
in the body and all
People that have an injury, such as a
that you're actually installing.
He begins drinking pee.
Be used in the complex treatment of.
Actually get rid of the
community and why I think.
Second pad that you removed early.
make his announcement that he's not going to
Well, it's very important to be a power lifter.
Instantly as.
Who are you?
Event of any supply shortages.
Berries.
Have said something about Negro should buy
Chromosomes. Noticing
Artist? Of course.
Seaside is probably the strongest site on the
Science and research series.
touch us in our journey.
The one true ultimate.
what they look like, and there's nothing more to it.
Of Cahokia.
Doing it for them. And so
The FBI working in conjunction.
If I were to ask you to close your eyes
To walk on. Not sure why.
मैं यहाँ पे आके सेटल होने का प्लान करते.
Is your knowledge perfect?
है आपको वीजा स्पॉन्सरशिप भी मिल जाएगी.
For those beginner paddlers.
I mean, they are. I assume they're about.
But it's not a big deal. I just tighten it once in a while.
Sometimes the urine gets out or whatever.
Cardiac arrest. Both men.
In another show where just, if you want.
a lock in Colorado now. My boyfriend.
Linearly in T.
In 13 countries show.
करा सकते हो और वही आपको
अर्निंग है जो आपकी कमाई. Gods thankfully show some kindness.
Saw the gleam. We thought
Towards the toes. You want to hold this.
वायरस का रिएक्शन होगा वैसे ही रिएक्शन.
Say I got the shooters, baby.
Do the experiment.
Or high levels of glucose in their blood.
You're a waste of sperm, bro. I have nothing. You know, and so you get all of these kind of.
He read her body before she even.
Adapter. So do not use.
Forms, and people can submit the testimonial.
Different dimensions of poles.
To get pampered, and they.
That if
Well.
Incorporated I've run that business.
I never was. Excuse me? Who's the medic?
I'm calling TCP Connection.
A local heating and air company is
which ensures a high.
Oh well.
And this is a more recent.
Oh, you know. 200 people.
So mas advisable talaga na.
So just chill out.
Dark room and started
Do with the function of the SMN protein.
जो सॉफ्टवेयर होता है 2009 का सॉफ्टवेयर.
Pride events and
So when you look at
There, it was a lot of fun.
One could argue.
Matt, they have put the group together. They're all
O madera.
popular neighborhoods. There's double entendres and
In a machine that should not be.
Assurance Tourix.
Inferior Oliver nucleus.
We upgraded another cannon, but then again,
is that ancestral worship. But now there's only love in the
it's not his plate.
Of the summer, we saw
Will eat into profits.
The unpollinated female flower.
ingredients. It should include
being handpicked.
Words in that into.
What you want to do.
Yeah, there goes the sensor.
wound up with it at the moment of capture.
Mail on this video, but hey.
A promotion.
Yes.
and how much I hated hospitals.
और आपके नाम पर फर्जीवाड़ा ऑनलाइन.
Transplant. Here we need a donor.
examples of use.
Gets to the top of the mountain.
Gave the profits to the conference.
Lucy embraced her daughter's
dolls. And when we get in the presence of God,
Do is the Kegels exercises which will help.
Pues ya es otra fuente.
The funniest part about it is
Through the system, and you're able to.
From the pubis and divided.
Water resistant. So I'll
The next day.
Here's what empathy looks like.
It can work either way. It can go either way.
rangeland and cows numbers and stuff like that.
The Rajneeshis were responsible.
ServiceNow actually makes the administration.
Of black kites.
In is external.
Increasing. What?
Still.
fresh fry ഉണ്ടാക്കാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ അതിനകത്ത്
Advertise, add to vertise.
see all the cutscenes of the eggs.
For all of them.
So my fingers like a nigga wife me.
And this does not change the underlying.
Ritual will now be sacred by wallet and hearing.
IMB kamyokanderan.
Closer off the bottom.
Piece, and then after that, it started doing.
Dressing to be faked.
This is a general philosophy.
Show means.
Condition, the state, and the
Fossil fuels.
Before the first drop of anesthesia.
eosinophils and other inflammatory cells.
In the description box below. Next to people in our Phoenix community.
Somewhat of a composite character.
Ways of getting acquainted with
Who sooth and right.
A lot of stuff.
Hunted and tested for over a year and a half.
Oh, pretty.
Good erection. To have great sexual.
4. Internally, silicosis is diagnosed by spine. Yet.
Different experience. From.
That is how.
Bree, just wired
I ran into Oliver Tree.
Oh yeah.
maybe बच्चे को birth register करना.
गारंटी है यहाँ पर किस तरह पर.
Tip 5 to get the highest germination rate.
To divert myself, but no more.
Is in parentheses.
आप होटल क्वारंटाइन में रहिए and
The steps I just showed you, and that you added this.
Or if you think back.
Spent like crazy. Way faster.
Cast a little bit. I don't.
And you'll do this
For development of your business, of
Landscape painting that packs a lot.
We see Graal is coming back to us and talking.
And hopefully watch the world.
The kings.
What I like to do now is get a person to
Most likely place that they would have been missed.
Doesn't have the disposition to behave.
Well, isn't that strange?
Job before I did this.
Let's do it.
Person that I pay a lot of attention.
Position or the effect.
to eliminate speed barriers caused by
Cái thể xanh lại chứ không.
Osteosarcoma.
Flourishing, there comes.
goes on the blockchain.
Now let's prepare the TL.
This is Belgium.
Operates off of what he called the will to power.
reactor design. Now it is the Department of
Break to the 13th century. This
Boogie, right here. Here's Boogie.
And you are Vagil.
To, idan ka bude za ka ganshi.
dia que eu voy a hacer presidente.
All right. I guess not every.
Routinely 5 to 6 hours.
So these kind of questions you can.
The weekly exclusive content.
Okay, let me just.
No aquariums, no pets as well.
ionic acid from their body, which
robust offensive posture while at the same time.
Knew I was right. All those people making.
On top, which the cake is going to be sitting on.
It acts. Ashton Kutcher did a. And now subtract your original number from
13. My boobs just kept a ruffle tip back there.
Example, we have
Find this, you can go with 0.
Now, most of you are.
Would you like to know your
Against some enemies and weaker against.
Now, if the
Words linked to this as well.
My enemy will choose first, and I'll choose.
I can't get over that.
the leg, you can also see
Well, I mean,
Undergone a canonic.
The wrong place. For example,
I love the examples of custom stuff there.
I just got my Kodak snapshot photo.
Billy virus that affects humans.
when I had proof.
One, just by the power of
Tummy in, shoulders back.
interventions, which could bared, but in the end I succeeded.
So he comes in top. Boom.
Grandmother's peanut sauce.
There's a fold right there.
Leads the way. I think we have put
तो ये best time है इस time.
And ephemera that have.
NHS recommended
Similar to volcanic areas.
that their libido has gone up. The last
To be
Quite often.
Fly's vision.
The line of St. Mark was placed above the
अगर आपको UK आना है इस वीजा
Dumpster left. This is coming out.
to be recognized.
You will see now.
बॉडी का जो अपर सर्फेस है डोर्सल सर्फेस
Symptoms acquire symptoms of
You want to wipe out.
of the row. So now on the
I am not certified anywhere to run a
दोस्त कहलाता है तो यहाँ पर हमें पता है कि
Chateau, because this is where the French king.
England and India को youth
have to sell everything for.
And then shaking the bag above.
Also remember that your house, and I will be including them in this video.
That's okay. Like they're great.
2 and 24.
got plants that are in
locally.
MJ is disk displacement.
125 units.
Tesi di laurea.
Personalized assistance throughout the process.
YouTube, you gotta click on the link right.
Happy.
I wanted to have fun.
Top ass snitches convincing niggas is good.
Themselves and might just need some
Brain is allowing me to.
Around the world where you grow.
And sort of.
The research arm has seen the.
To be sure of that.
To give me what I really want.
Alright guys, our mixture is hot just
This cold compressed
तो आप जाके FD तोड़ सकते हैं इतने दिनों का जो
Through the late 17th going into the 18th century.
You must be made of iron.
a Wallace character to show up and say,
One might say that God looks like
24 medical marijuana.
More and more evidence against.
แล้วซอฟฟิงเนี่ยเติมข้างหลังความหมาย
के लिए आके काम करो.
Also a little bit oblique.
Where is the toilet?
Over the shared trauma and call themselves
Caused by random synapses.
So for the first observation,
Secure. Several adaptations are.
It will not start until I've asked you the first.
Or fiberglass bomb.
When your results, there's always going to be.
as Tinea capitis. He is.
no in the
And then from that chest, you can pick up the.
It's absolutely fantastic.
So it's probably the worst.
what happens to an atom in that case?
Times R factorial.
They didn't prove over time.
I was on the tee. So
Put his foot in hellfire.
He's still being available.
Boy had a nice lunch, or
People, it's
systematic and the doing. So you
Trapped in the absolutely worst hallway you've got. And as I said, that
in immune stimulatory pathway.
We're looking before at training as a key.
oh financial cost.
Very happy to be here.
We'll look later at where you
Lines.
About the state. When
भेजते ताकि उनकी लाइफ भी वहाँ पे अच्छी.
We ran out of time.
You are not what you are.
You said anybody might hear.
Around the world, we'll be having communion with.
Competitive, incredibly proprietary.
Issue? Quite.
To be completely paralyzed.
I don't know, 4 or 5 times as fast.
Thriller over there, boy, you built like a pimp.
to you.
जब डाल रहे हैं तो
Second example of margins in
It'll leach out into your water so that when
Here's the RA series. Well,
check it out.
It was on the charts literally my entire.
To try to like. That is how.
मेरे दिमाग के एक कोने में ना
To talk and get their prescription.
How you doing? Hey,
Where
Just let it out.
Flavor as possible. However,
the entire universe.
TV attitude, then they take the attitude.
D has an elaborate or well-formed.
That man who went so wrong.
from the deepest to
The pergola, and it looks great. And I do gotta say.
all right.
And also helps you to expand.
Is.
प्राइवेट के बाद तो ये भी मैंने आपको क्लियर कर दिया.
Back and I'll show you how I connect.
and so yes
Bring, but rather because of the
Effect on.
off-grid. Right with a bite of the halloumi.
Into their profession, so they weren't going to.
Details matter.
They laid out a piece.
पावर में सप्लाई करता है, मतलब यहाँ पर
Platform 4 or 5 feet.
Back out of it, get an early extension again.
How tiny it is. Some of them is
implants and safer.
Always open the door.
Hook up on a little system there. When you're
शहरों में लागू नहीं हुआ है, उन शहर को भी
Out of balance, it's going to start to walk.
Kawhi Leonard's played almost 40 minutes tonight.
Not in the mood to use that throttle.
Already mentioned.
Engineers, as Surrey goes to air base.
L'idée de la whole different picture of George Washington. The new.
Shall I ever get it out?
The last track, and it needed.
go.
Ina y Aisha.
Doing noon and
As an example here is to grab a hose.
Unique sanitation problems.
Arteries and the brain structure.
6-7 is Washington.
Are both heterosexual.
Really so great, and the poetry that.
File almost, so I'm not setting up high avail.
We feel guilty. And
The settings, and they're really easy to switch.
Ghetto wrote his memoir.
See, we could do that.
That's okay. You still take
Expectations are of them. And
So even if you work here,
Sort of little meshes about.
এখানে ভারতের কেন্দ্রীয় সরকারের
okay, let's talk.
Plumbers are licensed in Tennessee and
Under your acclimating floors.
And what's going on here with all these trippy?
You are a woman who
उसका वॉइस कम आएगा, या तो फिर कभी आपके
DNA through strand breakage. Hydrogen.
डिपेंडेंट होके भी हम पढ़ सकते हैं.
But whereas hormone
Pictures and filming you, it makes you angry.
頭先洗咗個排骨咧，就放埋。
In the early years.
trick that I showed him and stream.
These seeds are
Yeah, ये पैसा कहाँ से आया ये?
And what we're going to do.
Most of it with the Mayhem team.
को book करके रखो.
अब अगर exam.
That the master.
based off of some proposed distribution.
It's shooting pretty good. It's the truth.
deep dive and walk through some of the performance.
Or that might not work with this.
People who have purchased a Henson razor.
Really, really lovely this. We'll give it a start for you.
Who puts in charge of the environmental?
To check names.
By invitation. And when they're by
Game.
We wouldn't recommend.
Go down.
This is so much.
And I have to be even more careful.
Navigation of the darkness was not blue.
For those that merit systemic.
Learning more about DNA ladders and
Very important if you're not using
materials, commitment forms, take
That of shoemaking, of architecture.
De que tiene Sevilla se mezclará.
D15 with added trace elements.
That are available for Debian.
Okay, we're back 10 minutes later.
Cues from user.
Funny or cute or something.
The Statue of Liberty. Few people.
The eagle, no matter how old.
It's known as grinning.
Is caused.
All these demonstrators try to.
Large number of descendants still living in Eve.
I think it's really healthy for the resident.
Could also be representing the literary arc.
Okay.
So this will be one.
I'll give you a
The mule is not a human being.
Hair dryer, a brush, hairspray.
It makes perfect sense why this
drags. Use in
So when you
You don't have a token, just make sure that you
go for it. But I rarely
Organ systems is being potentially involved.
But it's not so scalable.
Such an interesting
Some deep place in you.
Production company to a.
Oh yeah.
We will have a couple raffles and then
It cannot become death.
Seeds or fruit that have hooks and bars.
हो या एक ट्रेनी टीचर हो और
Special being different than myself.
Fire a web interface. The easiest method.
As well. So like
Still, you don't have a
into some.
all right, I'm gonna
Because of the minor
Hooks, towel.
on sale at $47.99.
Yes, Alice. They
Like my CPO, right? So it was able to.
we cut all this out.
commissions. I think art is a.
The gold standard for this.
Underneath your nose will drop, and this will.
working still. They're just completely.
South Wales, hand green wares are.
Most people.
I'm sorry, sir, you were the least sick of
Science and the innovation.
Whoa!
me and
là où se trouve après. Nous avons à peu près.
Right, it goes up and over.
No way. So.
On the streak plate and
Or of undiluted enthusiasm.
Aquilo que a gente está vendo na pele.
A mysterious
Apple until
Be like a world record.
What I'm saying, grandma man.
Belly touching a 3-story.
on our list is the word platinum.
Just holding spray. People are that. And stupid. And did.
Woman Lorena Gonzalez some threats.
So you aren't supposed to let the shaving.
Also, different wiring connections.
Programs in some cases just had to be.
The medication, it typically comes back.
Alopias é gênero de.
Let truth form.
And so, they're written.
But she's got a slow resistance done. For this install, you'll.
Mr. Chair, we are just referring to the man.
With my eyes, with this thing.
Well, I'm just saying.
The equalizer in this fight.
Active enforcement.
We know that. The aim being.
lab reports.
Here is, you can see that.
Bracelet.
In his 1906 encyclical,
Is that they can capture emotion and
that the streets and places.
Of denominations.
In this country, the number one way we build.
Action. We say that in one direction.
At number 4, the USS.
1,000 square kilometer chunk of the.
Whatever you are.
Anyone, I don't mean it like that.
lands of Mecca.
This is a first offense video. This means
Do that with a
Disc. And this disc. On the other.
However, if you put that on there.
Not even drinking.
And laughs inside zone.
And it's a loan to.
Conformity meant that any efforts to.
Mom, I used to do your thumbs.
And after that, any class.
It's short.
Don't get sad, don't get depressed, don't get.
Safe and accurate placement.
And it's complementary.
Balanced.
Stepping characters.
Iron.
And the mark.
खत्म कैसे होगी?
Cannot really compete with this.
The input shaft.
I can't control it.
Muitos doentes com doença inflamatória que tinham.
We're 4 minute 13.
Up the clues and not the plants.
in relation to the module
Was amongst the architect
Of your heel against.
Actually, a person.
And we loved Mother.
Performance as Thomason.
People yet count on 2 days hunting.
Two factors. One is
Posed to secure the position. And he anoints himself with sesame oil.
Of landmass.
bada boom. These won't really go.
If you love him and if you love
Already tha back in India.
And he took offense.
The argument for misogyny.
That came out of it.
The lake is much nicer.
Vont tout à fait bien.
And some really nice amenities.
And Dr. Joseph Murray.
This will be used in patients with heart failure because
So really do follow the weather.
Homes.
And this is an example of
Versus here on the bar. The more you train.
Management algorithm.
examples of on TikTok. Someone saying,
I'd like to.
Why would you do that? I actually picked
Innermost intercostal muscles.
Tepals and the corona.
Gentile may be right to want.
And you know the quarantine.
Ating na number 2 at 3, nagtapon si 5.
Traction in the ground.
A day with me.
Then.
Portogallo, ma ne dubito.
पता नहीं चलता है. So
Very high. They can see.
The rest we can figure out later.
the end result is
to detect bit errors.
And make sure.
Lot is known about it. It has a.
He's going to reform the church. You can make it a nomination.
Special. Okay.
One sprang back.
In the posterior subpulmonary.
Sometimes gallbladders.
He wants more out of life. He wants to earn.
The word postilion means.
So we talked about the Omblin Basin.
For TRA 160.
Archosaur, like this,
Put it into a barrel, depending on.
Figs that have been cut in half.
Remain.
With the whole contact lens.
With a R to say the sound.
Let's continue.
Love it.
They have difficulty breathing. Their blood.
Pues, como.
You're endangering his life.
Ways in which to think about the law.
Touch with the whole industry.
I'd guess that Harmon was partially hanging.
Another 90 degrees accomplished by.
Before challenge and.
Rope is declining.
No, it's lack of interest in how artworks are received.
Outside of the Iron Dome?
Yes, Pete, it is. Actually.
The day after the 2016.
Is it within your perceived?
Yeah, wife me no one side bitch.
They'll find
Adjacent joint. This single wholesome activity aimed.
So I just uploaded a video.
But the length of day and night is not the same.
on the planet. Now there are.
Double clicking on it.
cheaper to use. Now, of course, all of the
area is possible.
Gravely concerned that while she.
We're going to want to take this out.
When you look at the type of contract.
Full. So we're really. Humidity control is present.
Leaves for Ogre to come in. He doesn't believe this.
Or that polygraph.
There are growers and farmers in.
What's happening here?
No. The spine, like it has.
Like measure
Feelings and be emotionally.
Going inspection and maintenance.
I'll put in some pine.
Towards a common goal.
Really.
And they send projections out from the base.
Manner.
I want to go to Nasik.
In the high potential.
Christian circles and
It 7
Sans parents.
months of agony.
Out with their junk.
Is overreactive to visual input.
Infinity bigger. So
yourself a beeline right.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
It's an oil blend, and
It may be a big deal.
Certainly, bacteria are growing in there. Or we could have.
We had no facilities to.
हो जाएगी 1035 pound.
Percussion caps, you can see they're quite small.
No, I have just get used to the fact.
A series of defined muscles.
We wanted to try to
Again, precision strike with non-precision.
The kingdom, knowing the ambition of the
Lotto, we all got to fine tune our.
बोला ऐसा नहीं होता वैसे धमका रहा होगा कुछ.
This is the best thing.
No, it can't. An argument.
Needs a prize of a different.
embroidery hoop. So after you
I am fixing the clip and you can see
Fight for everything, work for everything.
And that it's all about their passion. They've got to love.
Thank you very much. You're a beauty.
Pointo X part to be as quick as.
On the golf course, speaking.
Noting properties.
You can borrow ours.
It's like the person would say.
It's reached a point where I had to.
Fortress had been abandoned and that
Started with. Okay.
These are about as correct as a drawing of a wreck.
This means that the nest is so.
And the relationship of followers.
Easily available.
Sagias. Okay, here we go.
Pretty challenging.
रोक टोक नहीं करेगी.
Doesn't it look great on me?
Advanced age.
take place in several.
And you find that sort of rootless success of either flaps or.
assisted water jet trencher buries.
Fair were joyous at that youth, and he
His nerve and skill against the.
Obviously, there's a lot of technical.
You're splinters away.
Typical life. Not to mention.
लेकिन ये जितने भी बैंक हैं.
Va a haber varios episodios donde te estoy explicando.
On a day-to-day basis, and like I said, account में नहीं आए.
Cricketing.
Now.
Verify his identity.
Mr. Aluli. And.
Wait, तो आवाज सरखा. It goes exactly the.
Charge on them, so when they land on the flower.
Standwise slang may not be the best.
because you're gonna need it when it's time to take.
Press it and take it seriously, but
The pub behind.
nevertheless, God knows that some.
I kind of went on this binge for a while.
Between the months of January and May.
Ireland, China, Mexico.
Lindsay's long and perhaps unmatchable.
Brave decision to sacrifice herself to.
Taking their kids to college.
That's the kind of.
You use all of it. Yes.
They are not in touch with reality.
Of deliverance.
As the conventional building that I showed.
Pharyngeal slits.
Before we do that, though,
ICICI हो गया B3 सब.
Run out of stitches? Here's what you do.
or switch. So
Start the injection.
Got taken out of the water to be cleaned.
Morning, I am ready for work.
कुछ states को ban कर रहे हैं क्योंकि.
I feel like you have.
Good night.
Signed for persons.
The moralists of Europe.
On military families. A perilous precedent.
limbs were twisted as on a rack.
And the water is pumped.
It's a lot of really awesome sand.
Flattened column.
One that's attached.
that the ear seems to be able, I know it's
Sometimes by what is posted.
They voraciously.
Love. Blend Money Cosmetics.
DNA. The next time.
It looked like life on Earth was still
Selves, as long as they get enough.
सामने. गलत है तो वो पहले ही रिजेक्ट हो जाता है.
Body had finally burst with a
surf from one concept to another.
That n times yes.
Then run down the hall and take the path.
Rate is offset by 20%.
These
फैक्टर होता है कंसिडर करने का.
Motivate.
Catinha, a reservada campeã.
Minimum average temperature is 20.
No, they were just
Old Spice, he could smell like he's me.
Peace that can only come from.
Was
Could see.
Despicable.
Maturity.
See that Roe versus Wade.
Diabetes, CWD.
And then, of course, the earrings are still available.
Glass animals.
The green vine removed.
Especially this time of year, the springtime.
that there's less vitamin D.
Our plant teams well with the lighter weight A.
Red tetherball firmly
Is in genetic diversity.
Only at high magnification.
Correct. Your lens is free from the capsular bag.
The bully's done.
There's certainly no standardized.
Echoed by Sister Marie and Fontagan. Many trips ahoy.
Quite a number of trainings. And
Of total color blindness.
Manager की available है. तो अगर
Stick together and form a seal.
Notes cannot be applied in real-time rendering.
Used to investigate the super.
The fat is then secreted as it is, and it.
A change in sort of how you to try and slow her primary competitors on
Pure goose downs.
For the giving.
It is the passenger who posted it.
And here's what it looks like.
And this tree here.
Chance ensured the whole neighborhood.
Any little worm. Your
Migration is step migration, and we've talked
away at the lining of the esophagus.
Inside.
Those trees are really pretty.
Very confident. So
Current twice per crankshaft.
And then
The Anderson Valley savoriness.
Lack of consistency there.
Like these juniper trees.
So by the time the pipes had been severed,
Americans. But syllables.
Backhanding.
Before Clea said, "That's
Pretty cool. So I got put back in custody.
It's going to be very hard to do.
I told you 1, 2 times, no 3."
Aim. However,
The safety of operators and other workers on
Generic Higgs parity.
however,
and
infectant where it knocks it.
गया. ये नहीं कि वो आपकी वापसी. और अगर घटना दुर्घटना हो जाए तो इसकी
different method to cover it, bro.
Don't want this transmission control module to fly.
what we're looking for today.
The kill switch could be.
It was an old cookie wrapper, so.
Any guesses?
Let's turn it up a little bit more.
Driving someone somewhere and it's like
9 years.
Created a new question.
UK में भी connect कर सकते हो, but UK में
increasing medical.
That the potassium supplement.
confirming this. Signed by
Vancouver's founding.
When you see the moon.
That. We got Delver here.
And second.
Queen, as well as
A survey to Japan.
आपको CCC की वेबसाइट को विजिट करना.
Back to the kitchen to get too fresh.
well, what
Membership. You just use code.
Which might conflict with our conventional understanding.
That means there's a non. 1:320 kawali. Okay.
And hit it on stuff.
Application fees बढ़ चुकी है.
which here clearly states that Peter
Help me out.
Choose difficulty.
See this pop up as an opportunity.
Again? I'm sorry, ma'am. ചെയ്യും, MRI scan ചെയ്യും.
From a bar, cheer for your team. If you were
And then the key thing, the biggest factor,
about weather, make sure it's warm.
Contain any arsenic.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
I'm going to dive into some of my
This is the smallest rock.
डाइनिंग रूम की तरफ खुल रहा है और राइट वाला डोर जो है
if we took account of
Type and wind speed.
Lantern.
Give birth to Christ. However, within
Attic Center. The soda
Threw it as a gazelle punch.
and
Along with my blood test.
Tell you is to check out our defense one
Competitor. However,
Now, those coveralls, though, I'll tell you what, the dairy.
I'm a big bag hunter with the bow.
बहुत टेक्निकल है. पहले तो आपको एक
थी वो ज्यादा थी इन कंपेयर.
यहाँ पे आपको डालना पड़ेगा जो मैंने दिया.
grinder and cut those into 3-foot.
Really make yourself feel significant.
Just go start that project. Apa bunda bisa datang?
मान जाएगा. खानदान के लोग हैं उसको बटवा.
Email communication देना है.
They were blinded and one.
Members say these are
ഇവരുടെ ലീഫ്
the cranberry, that's awesome.
When it comes to the word maladaptive with the
Size to a wire connector.
Drawing moisture.
Laws, regulations, and corporate on top of it that will hopefully let them be.
You disrupted my train of thought.
Réadapter un petit peu en fonction du temps.
So we're going to have to dig up some roots because that
Under the veil of forgotten languages.
Miles and miles of country road.
Remaining by the time this advisory
Application of these
Passage of water.
So, first is water.
Nothing like I've ever seen.
reduction of procedural video de-identified.
Normally in the base game 3.
as well. As I may or
mating with INFJ.
surface to air missiles, then some
Including adultery,
curse. First, they
Die with that stick right above his head.
Real job. Continue to chug along.
taking the lead.
This is a ship that is the length.
Oh, beautiful. Joe and Billy Hatcher.
Economic advisor.
something that Weber invented. It's something that
explicitly for anyone that doesn't know what it is, but
Dale citing issues outlined in a
To apply karne
of how the free wheel is kind of a
Lying there, the level is.
distinction of creating the first
Hesitation.
right here. All right. So those are the rigids who grew up along this river.
with ease because it hasn't even started.
Without my father, Yahweh.
as a result of this.
Justice, and we just had to do it.
you go after you've incited.
If I just give him a little breath.
When I said at the beginning, if you're eating
Thing where people are making
50 is so conclusive to you.
like you work together.
making the slow evolution of medieval.
Very easygoing.
Think about it. This is similar to
% elastane in a woven.
Definition as a noun.
North are not the same as building standards.
Regiment.
France.
Didn't,
We had
60 and then attack on tick.
what we've seen perhaps in the past when
21st against Leverett.
No fuck up and crash. Please take your foot off.
Your DNA code has a gene related.
It's normally made up of.
really interesting.
What it really does is create.
Than the average drag draconian.
नियन्त्रणमा राख्न सकिन्छ कन्ट्रोलमा राख्न सकिन्छ
Soyuz is a bit.
I'm not bothered by the fact
Your noggin ends up being a
and farts on the way.
You haven't ever used.
And when you are visiting the Kili.
When their talons make contact with a fish.
I have to look at it as a
be first and foremost real.
When
Yeah, we're on a.
Sometimes he hardly does anything at all.
Turn it back around.
This world will be a better place if it was
very crazy and insane in games.
Massachusetts infantry were stationed.
Light, but
now mostly in vapor form.
Behringer mind.
Flavor to that skin. Now try the look.
a little bit like spotting the differences.
Nah, not right now. We don't have time.
This. That is, in two of
Regenerative abilities.
Another machine, it's a game drive.
The 10th of March.
most delicate fruits to the heaven.
And overlapping interests.
one time.
Any flavor that's good in salads.
Had a lot of expertise at growing.
Yeah! But 11 is...
भुना हुआ fresh masala.
You want it shorter, you can certainly prune.
Ce n'est pas forcément le cas.
Next to them. Zen.
I'm investigating to see if this has anything to do.
No ivory, the carpenter makes a pug.
And first baseman, the king.
A lot gone up. Yes, to the member.
Is she letting you?
Muscular pains, stiff
His studio for over 30.
X5 tonight. The man had.
And you can always use their setup UI.
Then now I have to figure out legit.
दिमाग का भी यूज करना होता है यार ये ट्रिक Chuck is good.
Beacon isn't working.
Before dark.
There's always a cause for helping.
को नोट रखना है कि
Part of his dominion over Hispania.
I think it's the best plan.
Oh, glue and ramen noodles.
So I think we've got to
Lead jaw. Up and you go, oh, my hips hurt.
-1 and ith failure.
So he's wearing a blindfold.
Here's yours.
oft dahin, rief laut.
What's really going on?
आपने भले ही लोन नहीं लिया आपको लिंक भेजा जाएगा और आपको कहा जाएगा कि
For new star of the year for role as the
So what we've got here is
Phi.
To say vile things.
Or this innermost.
अब मन में सवाल आता है कहाँ करा है बहुत
And start being more
किसी को धक्का लग गया ठुक गया
But there's a sulcus here. These guys.
It was -20 with the neck.
Relatively challenging, but it does have a real.
But,
The one in front of the.
About a 16th inch of
Ends as we go up into the games with imprimature.
powdered the samples. Stitch length to the right.
Let's play another game of
all the way to the end. You just see mutations.
भरना है अपना ईमेल एड्रेस भरना है
Babe, how are you?
Of life.
Okay.
Randomized the higher you go.
जिससे कि कीट हेलडोल नहीं
Grab you by your face and shove it in.
Probably little bit of it.
brand approval process. This is what you're going to want.
Of people currently receiving.
be clearly agitated.
So there's.
Check it out.
Of many different cultures meeting.
लेकिन बैंक इसे करने से
He says what I'm thinking.
I've started to get to where I
Emphasized is the change from systems and in particular the.
Just put a little worm on.
una práctica corta. Sin embargo,
The star attraction in nighttime.
So this kind of abstract meters tall.
Really essential to design
but it's too specific to
that. And that was all.
Oh look,
एरिया तो ये बहुत अच्छी वेबसाइट है जहाँ पे आपको
गया आपके जानकारी के लिए बता दूं कि
70. I got my safety gear on and I'm not scared.
Peptide bond is made between the two
I have some questions.
on the sea and calls forth floods and
check.
To be looking at in terms of his
Entire universe. David Blaine. If a tree.
Sometimes Y is a vowel.
At that point, obviously.
To really treat Braxis.
Dip the chicken wings into the flour.
of new 5
I-beam assist is active.
Distribution of liquor stores.
My fish. And at the same time.
George Line's original formula. वो जमा करेगा या फिर प्रीमियम जमा करेगा.
And
Which started with the proposition.
Can also be used to get rid of the bed bug.
Perfect. So let's get this into our...
You've been acting too...
Capacity cryogenic zero.
Well, so what we shall prove.
Central Bank, Canara Bank, यही पूरा कीजिए मत चुकता करिए अन्यथा.
Abandonment of the old gods.
This Wolfest is under domination.
Mass return to our Judeo-Christian.
His bishopness.
Continually. कर लिया. अब जो आपको fourth चीज कर.
Water sites.
कि आप यूके आके रहोगे तो रहोगे.
We sold a bit more of it before we started.
Or taking off.
$6 was.
Or public safety. All we care about.
Washington, it all seems of a piece.
Recognize that at least.
Recall.
Grave, c'est quand même assez écolo.
Lest these be true, all reason also.
But I am.
Wir sprechen genau diese Leute an.
If you are coming for a skill work. My mom and
Schedule a library.
Control down to the involved level of this.
Okay, which so if I. This works. This is the recon.
Want to see your bum? I don't care what you...
Music.
making conspicuous.
Styluses, but most people don't.
Feel, you can see my finger pushing.
Could never.
Oh, it's a nightmare of mine.
I think it.
But at the same time, dude, I get a lot.
this kind of stuff, by the way, there's no like passing.
Thinking he's Godzilla.
Capitalism is like, and I don't like it, okay?
That is not merged into any other.
It's around approx 50.
SEV7 like this.
The taste of hue. Remember, hue
है इस पर. इसके अलावा बता दो.
Yellow. Need to order something else actually.
Attention defect and inability.
With Betsy.
That can be cultivated to maturity.
Thoughts.
The endocannabinoid system.
Method of all science and of exercising their
More space, so they need to have.
Heimer invented the internal combustion engine.
Just like we the Jonas and bro said. This practice on their list of favorite things.
Well, it must have been interesting.
Personal afflictions such as sleep deprivation.
And then I realized in there it said something about
And the plants know what kind of
languages when the patients are in inpatient.
Coffee. She was sleepy.
It's a wealth of information about the...
This is a
You also try and hunt down
A group of 10 must.
तो ये बैंक आपको बहुत सारे offers.
It was reported missing after being 3 weeks...
Cruelty and futility.
Third of all the children in this.
That she got...
And risk assessment.
You can relate to Paul.
बैंक से भले ही बैंक में ही चलता है.
2,000 to 2,500.
100%.
Doesn't know it yet. If he was more self-aware...
Huge issue. Instead of the...
Conscience that come what may.
He hosted 8 weeks of the...
Orange or green.
लेना चाहिए या तो आप
To fight them and to subjugate them.
But three types are.
And that's, again, one of the other reasons.
Gilbert's just told me.
Forward on your progress, and we look forward to hearing it.
Water on our buns.
So let's follow the same step.
I thank you, Lord.
The Christianity we have now
It can be due to parasite or
Is equal to -1 over.
Is going to win out.
found some red ones.
There are more buildings built in the.
I know.
I wanted.
The elder Dionysius entertained the idea.
Part of the shoe.
Command that we're going to do.
Ash being ejected.
And what are the type of things?
Action. My.
what are we calling it?
Levianus to negotiate.
So I'll talk now about.
Process करा हुआ है सिर्फ 2
Inhuman circumstances.
Looks good to me. That was terrible. I'm so.
As well.
You got your comments.
Our final piece of pork belly meat.
What's the problem? Yeah. Like this.
Thus, as soon as the novelty
It's coarse grain as compared to.
Took it now?
Ada didengar ataupun tidak? वे उंगली से वो पूछते हैं ये देखिए.
Harry Irvin Yarnow.
The paper on the back is like fiber
Feet, so it's always good if you see a violation.
Bigger fixes needs to be done with.
When you have worked with a lot of people.
Mates, or even grilling mates.
Like a clown.
For a cheeky little drive and get
It forwards or backwards.
95 million years ago.
एक straight संभाल लाटे.
Attend these meetings in the presence of them.
बना के भी आजकल पैसा कमाया.
They're so sharp.
Dunk it down in that towel.
Female Anopheles mosquito.
in a sense by
Prices.
Côté des arrêtés municipaux, il y en a eu 8.
See low pricing.
Oh, it's fried.
UC Davis done in conjunction.
And
I used to use my chase points over the years.
unbiased.
right, sir. And then over the way, sir.
Lose the run?
Aspect of that context that's important.
हायर कर रहे हैं तो जैसे कि इसमें बताया.
Did 2 workouts for your chest in a week.
Great.
Especially as you realize it is there.
this part.
There's just too much history in me.
An Table muss stage stove.
Auf der einen Seite.
Deal, but they don't give a fuck about him. They need.
Snack you didn't eat since breakfast. Come on.
And on the face, an exfoliating.
Sure. Soon after, Charlie seemed
Like health, or are you talking about
To you and these gifts and the offering.
Came pretty damn close to emulation.
And tension controls above.
2023 में लोग UK
many natural resources do not always do.
Happening within celebrity pop culture.
To the barrel of the head end.
see the
For every gamma.
Queen. Then we'll see what happens.
And find a series of tools and objects.
I think it is positive. And then tuck the last.
Since 1989.
better.
Paramount.
In a horseshoe shape, so the
Ihm auch in Erinnerung geblieben, als einmal von.
Into your buckets and you will get 30.
Yeah, submission. Excellent.
And
But when we do get it wrong, we usually discover. See
that's the private property.
Shrug his shoulders slightly.
With art, while we were doing our...
Get away from the radiation.
Ran on half the tire, weren't you?
After this, after we have completed all these...
Baylor in the cloud.
The phone doesn't.
Flying fornication for the...
It's not too tight.
Right.
In the same direction as the middle toe.
Having colored charms between exists so...
Many will drown.
Best we can, really.
Can occur in the post-operative.
Something is happening.
Tear it out.
What can you offer?
That the adult survival rate is not 1.
Launch called Between Words Ensemble.
One at a time to make sure they're coded.
It had a kind of feel to it.
And you talked about...
Well, don't you know?
No, the 10 Commandments, you're correct. They're still
forward for this.
Of the boats were unusable.
To descent, that leads to 3.
Then, when you're ready,
Select anything. And then watch one.
Iron Man flying over the LA flight.
On this.
Enter bibliothek.
the concubine of Saul.
No, I just listen down until everything is...
2, 3. I will convert the small free fatty acid. Bleeding time is prolonged.
Problems or any muscle.
So as it is रहेंगे क्या presentation?
Applicants aren't too surprising though. GG.
What they call a Josephite marriage, meaning marriage.
The variables was thickest, so...
It interacts with the plasma.
Or disorientation.
Efforts to overturn.
Just to make this place a little bit moist.
That we are respected and...
Assess extremely efficient.
Avoid crack-offs and splits.
The castle's toilet shafts. Known at the...
What we're now realizing is we always
Course of attitude, and you guys.
Particularly the way in which we debate things in
A rate of side effects with Phexi and sperm.
That day, a shipment of.
Diese Alternative zu Buttercreme lasse ich mir...
This could either be due to heat.
I take pictures when it's...
Impersonating her. Yeah, she's been doing it... जहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा धूप नहीं आती है.
People often don't use the same.
Go at large, and they ate...
But then you'll see...
An S personality profile to quick...
Usually result from the intersection.
They spilled all...
Supine position.
But that money, just to be clear, that's...
मतलब क्या fixed deposit वाला?
Just showing that.
Right, this is completely changed.
An Indian dog family.
I would say object you're actually calling on, which is different.
Was safe, and you failed that because you're...
We just don't add up.
Galaxy.
Neck variation.
Normally thought of as things like...
Have a couple of great beers.
Legs, I think he can only use part of his...
Et on a le dark.
To attack him. He says that 6 kicked him.
Details.
This kind of bird.
Lives the life of a disabled person.
That's why we have been returning.
A child without a male partner.
On the
Sound in the galaxy.
Possibly interesting.
These calculations for a full-size allotment.
You know what business you're in, what industry.
But I certainly doesn't.
Once a week, can get.
I was just.
I call you clam chowder.
So let's log into.
There needs to be a little.
And give its citizens a small happy.
Then take warning from the
building thing. So I created the word in.
And Zygmunt Bauman makes.
Wait a minute.
Bale tallied 25.9.
The upper end.
Many chairs.
Yeah, maybe.
That's going to give us the correct blow. Maybe we could go see your mother.
Best Staff Awards. The four.
को तो ये भी पता नहीं सीधा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस करा
Lawmaker case. I'll just do this.
Emissions by 25% by 20.
Make sure we end with.
And here.
Small curves. This waistband.
Hope we can say we conquered cancer.
Dish will actually bake again.
Abbastanza limpido. Con
A tubular appendage.
Trojans, though this version too.
Up the case and then go into some.
Screenplay and the watch experience.
Crazy.
So I thought, hey.
Clinically examining you.
Oh. There you go.
Or backwards.
Pandemic and climate change and black.
D. Bees.
ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ F1 ಮತ್ತೆ F2.
And he telephoned the vicar.
Two phrases on the appropriate.
Spent twice as much money.
So it can be really, really easy.
And diagonal amounting to 100.
Question. And of course,
All of my regular both male and female parts.
Under Margaret Thatcher. First used as a staging area.
We've got a brand new feature that I would love to show.
Because why not, right?
Over here, and
One day.
Diabetes, right? So basically.
My foot and pledge yourself to me.
Oh, that's not gonna happen now. It's in the.
And then I'm gonna wipe it all back with a.
After flipping it, a little dirt there from the yard.
While the area comes out to be fine.
About the skating anymore for me. His fine mouth pursed.
Continuidad a la parte anterior conectando.
The leopard with Harry's lost.
Right out in the open, exposed to the wind.
yeah, I think that looks pretty good.
Iconic. What I think sets a rhythm.
Production of film cameras.
Just not this. Just so I could show you.
The world, whether it's,
On snow.
You're right about is it?
Be coordinated.
go, you know what? Give me the last.
Best hit word.
All right, let's give it a go.
I think I have one.
Is here.
Smuggling.
Orders that he was going to head out and.
You explain to us the reason why we
Pound that's molded into a symmetrical tray.
New hires to exploitative part.
There's research that shows.
That's what we're looking for.
What is most comfortable for whoever is.
$1 a year.
यहाँ पे 6 digit का जो code होगा.
World. Should we be surprised that his?
There's been quite
Important ways. First, that early proto-social.
लगता है कि आपके पास 40 लाख हो 35 लाख.
You know, I'm told by the endocrinologist.
Down the sun. Whole island.
From the hospital.
Drugi raz.
Set your room down.
Night continuing to poke.
Double figures I'm happy with, so.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Can also is more active.
1 meter of water in your well.
Regional phrases and sayings to capture.
Guys, but it's really just sort of a starting point.
This is going to take a long time.
Apply किया तो आपका decision आएगा 3 हफ्तों में.
External bank account and add square.
I'm
Mary?
Good, knew it.
Connors was the oldest.
Theoretically, we art in your body. You have to understand
Any new exploit that
By accepting the impermanent.
Nice shot. I hit it clean.
Beginning their journey upstream in forest.
Upside down, so no more beans spilled.
And for molecular.
If you've ever hit anyone before, what do you...
To individuals post education.
Era's tale.
and through the night tech.
Then it's that internship.
Treats unique, enthusiastic children.
Thank you as well. And thank you.
They always come in groups of 3.
Of this radical and let's see आगे वो wird durch die distal folgenden
In your blood was formed when
And slowly down.
The enemy of... And a little bit more about art, because sometimes you want fun.
Vicende della guerra.
The gifts of the Holy Spirit. But...
Smell it. For varium. So I wanted the background. ¿Por qué ha fracasado?
Butterflies, whichever you decide. It's a lot.
Hacks and nails. So
Let's come to the second question, number B.
In the consequences and possibilities.
Try to get my non-art.
It's all dressed in white and went in Mabel's room.
No, yeah, like I don't want this to be like.
If your commander is doing damage in any...
So now that we have those July Keens out...
Put nails up your finger? No.
Chamber.
The metal maidens are not...
Played as fast as I could.
Going up higher, hit that 1-year high.
It says, prick it. Oh, yes.
Border collie color is recognized. As we saw earlier, Lagash had one.
Yeah.
Don't do it, bro.
This vibration.
Your leader really...
The water at the ark.
Even like in 1800.
My B1.
Garlic bread.
Where the tumor is. And this
Of real world data and the...
We can just continue from there.
It is sent to the pathologist.
Girl, that's a get up.
This is the River Norburn.
I have to make in the next month.
Winter Olympic Games.
Sounds good.
There's a lot of that stuff.
Common है और बहुत easily.
In that bear trap, the young
Samaritan who drove her back home.
If they care very deeply about it.
An exhibition about the information.
Colleagues are seated, other students are seated.
Now I know.
The best dreadnoughts in the Star Wars game.
which could impact what a stem cell does.
It's very embarrassing.
And that's car full of drug-happy punk.
The quality of the sample. You know. I see in agriculture are very...
Unscrew. Here we go.
I'll just have a laugh at my expense, because it's...
Degree murder in 1978.
Mediate. आज का word है mediate.
To my being.
The bridge in Washington State.
And that brings us to our second point.
To describe a sharp town.
I'll probably go all...
This is a failure to...
I have a nice sturdy chair to hang on to.
Association with Swanscombe to explain why.
Hey, babe. How do you say 102?
Form look throughout the entire material. Lysias in charge of...
We're going to add...
Bad governments in power. As for
Nervous system has gotten very sensitive. Let me show you.
That very particular set of strength.
Pound of honey ham. Cut it thin.
There's 2 feet in the paint for a 7.
and broom was all going. This
Enjoy the video and please like and subscribe.
Not all ticks are disease carriers.
Secure boredom, part 39.
Gunpowder, so they can.
I'm a real man, okay?
And Siege 8.
You run it tight like that.
It's well known for its mild flavor.
Foreshadow paper.
So there was a lot of complexity to this wine.
iPhone रखने का शौक रखते हैं कि iPhone अब रखें.
we can use it for, well, we have.
I don't want none, I want you.
Dial here where we get this.
The expanded risk score.
Antibody formed if yes, it
Breathe. We start to breathe deeper. And
That's it.
healthcare coverage and service utilization.
Tolerably sober, not going
Temperature.
Touchdown of the season!
Would have required a significant number.
He and his nearest neighbors shall take
Of interferon target genes.
Place है उसको खरीद नहीं सकते हो but
The Lions end up.
He gave it to me for a point. Another time.
I got money to spend, Credo. I ain't done.
How you do editing.
Yeah, you may be thinking,
Is Amanda Diaper
Minority to begin with. Both.
Pelia, matlab modify.
About like I don't feel.
Note आपको देते हैं.
But at this point, I'd welcome a letter.
Many loves, like Daphne, who didn't branch and special.
Ramadan, part of an online state?
Which is typical of this gospel.
Hello, boss.
Capacity to make decisions.
Agents alone. So essentially, what they find.
love comes in this little.
This or that concept.
Be caught by the hyper!
Assist.
Computer. 20 times net की तरफ से जारी report.
The same glue.
We don't have to do that anymore. We've perked.
Western ideology is still deep.
Potentially. The hearsay.
Injure their ego by your action.
This will be
The nation, and yet it appeared.
My blanket is sideways.
Up on the top, in this.
Till it turned itself into a lizard.
That's fantastic. And.
तो आपको एक स्पॉन्सर की जरूरत होती है.
In 1950.
To use the smaller.
That is a one.
Going down below the airplane.
Complex thing.
Syllabic signs which they had used at the end.
For this content, this lesson, you know.
बोलते हैं जितनी चादर उतने ही
Pharmaceuticals equal to 2 metric.
Freedom. Thus, in my.
Plus.
Remember, we talked about Thysanura that.
Or non-physical relationship. It's
Use it our founders.
In this case, it's broadcasting the best of the six.
क्योंकि सरकार इस पर अगर काम नहीं कर रही तो
Escuela. Así que no.
किड से प्रूव कर सको कि वो
Right to this development.
Does not lock in.
But there are just 600.
So when you've made this little move, it means.
Eyes on each.
If there's any land you are seeing in this axis.
And then this also helps us with our water.
People play with their.
Snow in your boots. Let's go.
Map kay lock in cho mơ
Po, binubuhos nila tapos.
Turkeys.
In play, and that's what.
Most recent experience. This should
Talk about this in depth on the Glow Up podcast.
In some undefined way.
Blake's cabin.
We've double checked our measurements.
Something else, and you want them to be.
The pharyngeal phase begins.
जाके सिलेंडर करने पर कितना पैसा मिलेगा?
pair slides out this way.
Oval door into a meeting.
हुआ है आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने टैक्स बिल नहीं किया.
National epilepsy call.
Charge he rejects as politically
Flexible and more intuitive.
We have to find Louis.
Probably in the genus Austria.
Fess.
It is day 4 of my wisdom teeth recovery.
Hello.
With which
Person in uniform rushing to.
And he started taking
So if my axe glands
scissors, and when you use a scissor, you do kind of
Lift depressive states. Basically,
Binds to these 2 cytokines.
Situate themselves within historical.
ketchup, go put some cheese on it. Get out.
you don't realize until you're.
And finally, there's all.
this is really eye-opening.
the child is going to be a threat to
Over in Western Illinois, you've got to be one of the biggest.
While tsunamis are the direct result for their innovative use of scale armor.
Dress it up for a date night.
Oh God! Oh God!
आप हमारी मदद कर सकते हो.
It may or may not be offset.
Less than 5 all the time. And Ireland.
Bringing the consultant to the area.
Steve told your Aunt Rachel.
Would I represent District 19 or
Case. Let's.
In the margins as one.
Some archives before.
Business needs a website to act as a.
Groceries.
And sometimes it's their first time.
It's 1 in 1,000. That's right. They won the game.
Inches wide.
17, but if you calculate this.
Great without irritating skin.
Oh, Aboriginal.
She asks if you
Are no instructions or your.
Ambergris has been.
Call to remove the sisters.
Feriade.
Bad days.
Are apologizing. So
People business. And when you.
A lot of robot cooks. Like this.
attention beyond just.
Smile पे जो कि हम walk करके जाने वाले.
As what?
Right? That is not true with Taro. Which I don't have much of.
Until it took his life.
In this video, I'm brazing.
Protected areas. A prairie dog.
Instagram पे इनको follow किया ठीक है तो मैंने.
Called the 007 Civ because it never died.
It's a really important thing if you're dealing with.
Score 0 to 1.
Still time. And
अपलोड करते हो अगर आपने कुछ
Shades of blue, maybe. Besides.
बीच में और अगर आपके पास एक सिंपल
Time and without assumption.
Pas dû au hasard. Tout cela.
You have 15 seconds left.
Bordering areas. So establishing.
And acting a.
More fluctuations.
Signs and symbols can be seen in the
First premolar.
And that's really
to be even tomorrow.
bloody good. Love it. Tailwind.
You should be.
Let's finish what we.
या फिर प्ले स्टोर में जाइए और वहाँ पे.
pronunciation.
Then saying, hey, I've got this apartment.
This other stuff going on.
Now, you're going to want to put up a divider wall.
Then also to the lid. This isn't central.
outside of UK और 8 weeks का inside.
Sir, whose name was John Baker.
Begins at a wedding where the.
Yeah.
Who is this? And there was a really nice.
They demand as much battery when it comes.
And there was no traffic noise whatsoever.
Present. उनके खाने पीने में भी बहुत.
The graces.
Where there was a water shortage.
What we must see here is he sees her need.
Considered suitable for surgery.
Premium आएगा साल में वो भी.
So, Zechariah.
But man, all right, sounds good.
Add a white outline here.
You can see that again.
And we try to minimize that as much as we can.
In situ and utilize. Are ones which were obtained by a person.
Forgiveness of sins as the bond.
In great detail. And then
यूनिवर्सिटीज बोल रही हैं और आप जो भी यूनिवर्सिटी
L evolution. R is perfect.
कुछ cases में complete.
I just needed press those pistons. We're gonna want to
Particular situation that happened.
and host. Instead, the symbiote.
European community.
Life is perfect.
But that they remind her of something glorious.
थाने. तो आपको क्या करना है? थाने.
All right, guys. Steve's.
But then, good. I like it.
Are you doing? I'm doing the same exercise.
The phase 1 drive.
Turn out, but we're gonna do it.
Percentage of pupils that have
It's about survivability out of the hood.
Then at Ulta, they gave me a full size.
In December.
A great second half of the race you had.
我有啲
Licht and
Technician के लिए apply कर रहे हैं. Head count. Districts are supposed
$0 and 1 cent.
And number 3, it is war and peace.
absolutely fantastic fit form. And then your fourth finger.
It's going to be sore very often.
We could get something else like maybe multi.
सारा ब्यौरा रहेगा.
To be thinned down, tinted.
It's my favorite.
Then the not demon. And
इसके साथ साथ अगर आप किसी एक्स्ट्रा के 5 maximizing him.
Change between Mallorca.
I'm a next thing you'll see in the
Buyouts. We ran where it needs to be. Got that? So.
With corporate speech solution.
find that his wife, see?
Excuse me.
On, for example, in dodgeball,
Sammy.
it gives that cinematic.
Agreed. Just keep it on. Just keep it on.
True. Among these prophets.
Oh no!
A nice, even, thick.
I have the enemy flag.
I will say the CI structure that can be found
East and
take hundreds of years to finally disappear.
I mean, we should be doing whatever we.
a solo ascents.
Many of you have been asking about it. And speaking.
Oh, we've got the best welfare in the world.
First architects. Grand.
The videos that you're used to.
Now, आपको कुछ national vocational qualification.
This is calloused over. It probably could go.
Address जो भी आपका address है, जहाँ पे आप अभी रहते.
Want to say it. This means tough.
Sympathetic squid, but I started.
We both.
differently. The same.
It's okay.
So here.
Be oxidized. So oxidized means
Placing a family member's watch that is paired.
Now the stick.
Just looking for even hydration after.
People have climbed to the top of the buildings. They can.
Part of your mind.
Automatically close.
Una cosa molto importante.
Classification.
So hopefully I'm going to keep you.
Technologies.
A good 3 hours. But it took it till I lost. Stage. Why was it?
Why keep setting that song for me?
We thought of SV.
Provides lots of areas for
Ain't. He doesn't live here anymore.
years since 1995 are
Into the Thames. Apparently.
rust to the bones.
Make sure that the water level is not going to come.
Reapplication.
I think experts believe there are
But it is useful if you're
crap piece of wood.
You know?
What's the most difficult thing now that you've
Amyloid precursor protein.
Bryozoa.
Aggravated from
When I met Joe Louis,
Articulating spacer.
Bananas, real Jordan, both gammons, Kuwait and...
Reed was wrapped.
I don't want resolve head.
This broke down in 2019.
5.
South Asian descent.
मैंने आपको एक बताया लिगामेंट है.
But as soon as I'm taking the class, it messes up the whole.
It's because I'm taking the.
Basis. So, you know, like the
4 times.
Isn't doing enough at the moment, Goff.
Spear and loader to lift a round bale.
Oh no. आप ही हो जिन्हें पहली बार 10वीं पास करी.
Location and thesis one.
Long for and became
$8 million mansion.
Is the only unit in the comparator that doesn't
happen in fittings and in lessons.
Starting from 100 pounds per.
The overall structure of the test is if you
Portal. During
but in
இங்க வந்து dorsal and ventral
subetheral rays. Boys, what's the point? The point.
Just like that, and then what we do is we're going to take.
began in the.
You can check out that video.
Pressed open that seam allowance.
That's just like the direct.
Be just absorbed into my head.
It's not fully understood how and why.
Pittsburgh and on an election day.
Johnson Wells due to the success.
Cellular doesn't actually.
No messing with me.
father did.
You rented a hotel
Afterwards.
The LiDAR reveal.
Spreading that along where it needs to be.
The Duchy
Reveals that not only did the note request the show. Here throughout Western Europe until it went.
IKEA. As you guys know, I have cooked a lot.
Just like when our plants are in the ground, the seed
Taking down the
who had quickly taken command in the
Conan O'Brien.
Would end up using different types of art.
cultures. The hymen holds
Process of maturing to this state.
ना हो जा रहा तो वो आपको लालच.
And a lot of times they'll recommend. लंदन सुबह पहुंच गए थे तो उन्होंने एक जगह.
Roll, is it because you forgot to re-register?
30 minutes before bedtime.
Actually, because I.
Tackle the abuse of our laws and borders.
Vacuum cleaner. Number 5.
Value roughly 270.
The fact that Josh had arrived at this point, he'd followed.
Or remission. He ended up making.
Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes engine.
Je l'ai payé pendant plus.
I can hear the.
Really important.
So what I did is I was started. So I know that I have a little bit of
Writing, and I've seen that.
Our this Lucas state.
which defies erosion from all.
Beat boy, beat guys, but this one is.
with this one. So lightly.
He had access to the funds? Yes.
I don't think it.
I remember work at the Olive Garden and be like, what?
Put heating and air in a house.
Is experiencing a higher than normal.
On the third line of the.
Do you ever have this fear, and how do you do?
Once I stole my gym teacher's inhaler during PT.
तो ये तो एक small.
It's dollars.
Co-located, which means the same.
और नीचे देख सकते हो
Loud, you just break down and
We are not told this in the.
They try to control the outcome.
सस्ता में इतना कम कीमत में आप लेना चाहते हैं.
I don't change something. I'm only.
We are determined to have no more ceremony.
I think we've tried to address this.
Very quick. Oh, you know what? I bet these guys
are completely outdated.
A mini hard drive. 5
आपकी जो कोर्स
or performance.
Volunteer to lead that as I've gone.
To their otherwise bonk.
Group at the end. And what's that?
On your phone after you know.
Khalil Brown.
Census. This has left many.
Saudi Arabia 36.2 million.
to ever be happy always.
And maybe
Roast beef bath bombs.
Get it in the eyes. Sometimes we do the highest.
Finally, another common.
Repair it again. You got to.
Because.
Where'd they go?
And it is sad that Airport Authority of India.
Chronicling friendships.
Covering the entire surface. So right there.
300 miles to come in.
This is obviously best in slot on any.
Des intempéries et l'horizon.
Out of your comfort zone. Every driver that goes through it.
Sugar, and the other one is.
It's getting done. Yeah. So it works.
During.
Mind you.
क्योंकि जैसे कि मैंने बताया पिछली बार.
And then
Some of the players.
Congratulations! Wow!
Health is attributed to the gods.
Works really great, but.
Did you see Mommy Long Leg?
And when my killer's rolling.
Just want to heat it up.
The shrub for this year is.
करना है तो आपकी ट्रेन की सारी
Had an Air Force.
Rockslide Engineering.
Grand scheme of life for most people in Hyrule.
day lives. Watching network.
I think there's a conflict.
But what happened? Fortnite just added a new setting that could destroy.
I wanted to do was as a designer.
12-6.
With these really wet winters.
Sperm from the testicle.
I have a bigger thing to do.
Complicated process of heat and vaporization.
This is going to combo well.
At the bottom is not.
Clark W. Griswold.
In the ground around the corner in the yard. Wi-Fi using this.
Another one.
C'est plus haut des zéros au Niger.
Based on the increasing red color here.
We couldn't even stand right here. So
Taper, get away.
But that's the lack.
The small size means you can literally.
And look at how the contour line changes.
Under the Punapau quarry on top of Mo.
the musicologist Theodore Levin has.
Remember to apply the spot on tree.
दी पूरा डिटेल में रिज्यूमे बनाते हैं.
4 or 5 in the morning.
Winter in the soil.
Translate.
So,
Test for functions
One preantral follicle, and
Everybody make a charisma saving throw, please.
The Egyptian media began reporting substrates for gluconeogenesis.
Sunny.
Ways that you could test your ketone levels.
Our front lip heel, this little like.
Yeah, so just getting buried under the.
Не до обезболенный клиент.
His tremendous skill. The sphere.
The first wave on Omaha.
Moving into
Food sources. If humans weren't
days. What thing?
1999 के बीच आता है ऑफलाइन में.
I'm happy with the default white ones. One thing. Neotropic salts do both of these.
Form new growth as cuttings and to take root.
How much trouble?
Officers and rates. As you can
He was.
basic computer translation and the right.
One in some.
Unexpected. He was ready.
Presentation. You don't suspect.
Village life is vibrant and energetic.
It is known to have the highest.
Going through, I keep finding words.
Ends in court. Courts are unlikely.
Girl therapy is a good idea.
And the top was a.
But like the nuance is easy to lose.
With a keyed connection.
Iteration.
Blocks open and trimming the dog.
Of their rights.
That the AP exam questions are going to show it.
We were led to be apprehensive of.
Official and private meetings and events.
And then the full diameter threading operation.
He's very grumpy in his letters.
Yeah.
Question provide करने होंगे. ये questions आपने.
To feel fear and the inherent preference to.
Thus, in the scripture, one.
They activate enzymes that cause relapse.
As with all these systems, we do not.
It means the rose hips.
Very dehumanizing.
Private space. This guy was feeling brave.
Certainly nothing that would ground him.
Pin shines to any useful purpose.
For the incoming English army.
She could be freaky.
Generally, an isotropic filtering can.
It is.
Just don't see.
Chris describes
In boss arenas,
Their body
Compressing the heart so much the blood couldn't.
stool, and that limits the amount that we bulk. And then sold it.
Too, just really showing what.
Coach, that's a Buick. That's an elect.
And then before you
86 degrees Fahrenheit.
have a dog and they're in your house.
Storage using supercapacitor as well lithium.
Argues in his book,
30% of it the minute hits.
To do this versus I have to do this.
Yes.
Like that's.
This surface valve up here at the top.
Are you being personal?
Generic bolt chart.
There was a little boat who loved it.
How to secure the wing.
This gave executives the incentive to.
तो यहाँ पे easiest route होता है
जो undeclared हैं.
School है या किस type की university है?
Man, his itchy skin.
Yes, here we are. Hello, Lewis.
What is this you're using?
Sexuality in the
I never cared for
Peace without taking into account this guy.
And vice versa. And transparent.
predicting variant pathogenicity.
Indigestion. Can be fixed with hair transplant surgery.
Got cane pop. Anybody want it?
Unified municipalities with consequences.
There are crocodiles around here.
25!
3 days actually आप सामान लाओ 2-3 दिन.
Jet Li.
Yes.
Dave Lung.
Is a weight that's. Go back to their biology.
So found a way of increasing the natural
6 frames, so you can do exactly what.
Nickname City of Consoles.
The body and the mind.
Be it health, happiness.
2.0 version निकाल अब इटे make.
I fly, real OG and my bad.
5. Douglas Clavering.
At least I don't think I've ever mentioned it, but.
Question. Hey,
to create that scenario. The freaking payment terminal on the chart.
Of a work boot, a guy on a.
And the publication was.
Testosterone deficiency doesn't just affect sex.
And the last one.
The only one changing.
What exactly do you think?
What we call the common.
And if we really go back and we...
The U.S.'s surveillance laws.
So they may have hid it inside of their heads.
Little tiny thing. In fact, the insurance companies...
Left the two gentlemen to their lamentations.
Stopped everything. She said, okay.
Among the Berber tribe.
Eyes just shifted. Oh, he's gone.
Inscription could be between 5.
Talking about.
You already in a queue?
And part of the
It's affect you personally doing this.
felt on the banister.
It rolls out like this.
Different areas, they will have.
Apheliotropic.
Why don't you take 5?
Show them yourself.
If they're not hitting these benchmarks.
Specimen from our repository.
What's your go-to? Your go-to.
उसे ऑनलाइन भी आप जानकारी चाहते तो.
Change if by initials
Clump together and stick to this.
Je l'ai pas sur moi. Ou je
The fiddles.
To identify every occurrence in the
Would be.
Illegal account.
Oh. Loving what...
Another vessel nearby.
You're going to know what your Sigma Ultimate is.
You're gonna find is not.
There's been a severe...
The New Madrid faults.
They were real killers, they don't send pops.
You've put a spell.
Red might made for a nice...
तो वो इसके ऊपर.
To be baptized.
And then we have.
Think of it that way.
Je les sacrifices.
Oh yeah, you're.
Parameters of interest, so we call these...
Then, I don't have to...
Moss in the south is actually.
With it.
When it comes to underwear.
Your immune system, it helps protect.
Cantering.
And I'm wearing the cap.
Bottles which can support.
But instead of ruling with God.
Thank you so much.
Troubles to the high wall.
Being the first twin lighthouse.
And
very close to the Swiss government.
I hope that what we have done to attack illegal.
It's so...
Make a lot more money now with a lot.
See that there's a noticeable trend in both.
Our lives. It's also.
Its place in history.
Oh my God.
El ritmo, señor. El ritmo.
They're bones now. By now.
Your bones now.
Rule number 3. Don't touch the...
Going to that you can take advantage of.
What is called the enteric nervous, and for the first time formally united.
Both lean and fat. You don't have to.
To do. Now, this... 6, 7, 8.
Take over.
With.
Soon you'll be home.
Yes.
So 6 months, and 6 years later.
Wheels causing. Out of all the. दिया जाता है तो ये एक बहुत ही major fence or train up the front. So when there are rotations.
Lock in the positioning.
Was moving.
What most people do as they
Kita yang terkenal. Kesita.
Play.
That side can't work anymore. But
Candy.
It does also help to explain.
Moorestown Mall is an ideal shop.
With respect to this, it is not Christian.
फायदों के बारे में 1
just flew.
And I'm going to spin.
De commerce. Alors,
When investigating.
Say mother की detail में
Propensity and vice.
Newness. It's a bit of a
Greens. Definitely my colors.
It was very unusual.
Red symbolizes the concept of revolution.
Said swing should have given the Republic.
He performed some distillation.
and imperialism were read into Nietzsche's.
It takes.
When you're in the water with them.
This is to fuse.
Hasn't yet walked home, but as I get a bit older.
Each color one by one.
First, just on my floor, and I.
Real-time rendering.
I have first
Summertime.
So, when it comes to
Pace or really act.
Externally, theories of change.
That's right. So we think about.
It is.
On water bath and
Local resident had built a bungalow with
Grill works.
Capillary tube up to 2 to 3.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think.
Meaningless. They seem cumulative.
K9 unit in your a-hole. I mean a.
Isolation. Alexandra.
Ready to make a.
is into play.
That is normal, medium, and also the.
Oh, it's pretty big though.
Snow does look pretty.
Break every wine if you make the wrong.
The skin circumferentially as the orient.
Among the case manager.
নৃসিংহদেবের পূর্বপুরুষ
Facebook पे बहुत सारे group.
Fourth and last.
Just five. These five.
Only one image.
There you can swim.
3 different versions of the story.
Talk to this thing. Yes, I was. Education ministry है. वो उसे
Things here, nutrition. Yeah, look.
And finches.
Love this. This is so smart.
Y cuando.
So. And who are you? Oh Lord.
It's the name.
It is more surprising to me.
According to cosmologists.
On BTC ordinals, but they have this great.
You'd hear the Japanese use this.
It's a very interesting book in the beginning.
to me how you feeling.
Till we all come in the unit.
Rascals.
Now what do you say?
But actually.
All right, guys, moving on.
To include so many more metrics.
Action लिया जाने वाला है.
क्या लेकिन ये कंफर्म कैसे होगा कि उसी का और लोग कर भी देते हैं कि अपडेट नहीं.
I'm making sales videos with video.
Argument. Purposely.
And then if a
Relationship to the actual price.
Excessive diarrhea, there can be dehydration.
That's not fun. Don't do that.
Step number 5 जहाँ पे आपको
War of self-pity is what kept me.
A number of trains, and I got no clue. I know, I haven't.
Politique exige aujourd'hui des candidats.
Things that make us. Said, you know what? Married life, it's cleaning.
Start preparing for the larger takedown.
Different lead. Some leads are specific.
GANT.
The physician will continue to vary.
This is very important. Those who practice
Change an alliance by seeking one of their noble.
iteration. And
See if I put.
Of romancing Lila, I avoided. He released poisonous snakes.
Selena, okay? Solo déjalo con
Able to resist the shear load will be reduced.
Experience and
Spectral measurement detector.
UK की immigration.
But God.
That way, then I could.
She's given up everything.
all the way down.
And once we get to 170
city, on occasion he would chase
Glamorous dress.
Sexual immorality. And
Guess who I'm writing a proposal for? And
they're an owly wing.
And this is a modern.
This needs saving.
Such seeds were genetic. In order to fix that,
phenols, including the hydrolyzable. Works real quick. Very different. Of course.
I'm going this way.
Yeah, because Italy's empire vanished.
Trying to save you some money, you can go. I said I.
Certain red blend. In this case, it's Grenache.
What's known as fish scale. Or
Go into your sour cream and cream.
give that a nice
Putin to have existing cards to play.
तो आपकी लॉटरी लग जाती है.
Called Mr. Ward over to them and said, "Come to the Flagstaff Rock, where we can be."
Documents that say Benjamin Morrow.
Fructose, I've heard of that.
To make fuel.
This sperm.
Themselves in an almost irrevocable bond.
Dalton knocked his face unidentified.
No, it did not.
Of Seoul is much larger.
Gonna be down. When
Now we have heavy inbound.
If I make,
He revealed that some of these stones.
feces.
After 10 days, they found
Who can solve?
Guidon.
Life has a good purpose.
The most luxurious resorts.
X was equal to this.
Drips.
J'ai pas une thune.
Downside to spare tires on cars like BMW.
Both light source and detectors.
Difficult line drawing, of course.
With English being the official language.
Long a Marxism, but it is merely
Signed differently down one end.
On the inside, the same three handles.
The Swami was initiated.
This doesn't go beyond us.
Talking about a bear.
No doubt.
Assessment, second diagnosis.
It's a worse rap than it deserves.
To the synagogues in Damascus.
15 of you. Safety glass, which is 100.
Tout le monde est à moitié à poil.
Adrenals because detox.
Assuming you have a painting on hand.
Obesity is not thought to be pathogenic.
Up is up. So
Stores need to play a
अर्थात ECV.
Changes. The only
कहाँ चलो?
L'importance économique de ce fleuve.
Made it!
Never light test. Wake up in the morning.
L'air a disparu.
Y me dio risa.
Exploit the contradictions of the country.
Only can be taken place.
To show up the
line at Nailsea and Backwell Station.
So we've created a bit of a...
Or strong solvents on any.
Composition of the pour water here is
Hashimoto.
To figure out what is the best.
3 times now. I hate 7. The number
Cloud-based file system. It can
To the western horizon.
Let's see.
फिर आपने आहिस्ता-आहिस्ता पहले तो आपने
in some Moscow hotel.
Heat up all around the edge. कोई उससे मतलब नहीं है ये 5 मिनट.
Do you think you...
We're getting a cell.
That's what it takes.
Kind of one of these paradoxical things that's
Told by John Manningham, a lawyer.
You're like, oh my goodness.
And place it on a...
My decal after soaking for about 4.
a manuscript called the...
Or yes, I'll have to pay more.
Closer here. Mention that NADH didn't just poof
achieve their job successfully.
There is still a
Their petals press so nicely when plucked.
21 and 22.
Conference last year where Trump spoke.
And hide them from predators during a two.
The battle lines are drawn right now, but...
20%.
A lot of respect for each other.
Even
just make your way over to high.
The lever to get the hair to blend as evenly.
Johnny Depp is connected to them, and
Ever again until.
And the world will be his and if कोई भी ये वीजा नहीं दिला सकता क्योंकि ये
Million ton na bilarim bahal ko.
Yes, I'm out here thugging by myself.
Don't worry about tomorrow.
Beans on the secret though. These are beans.
Unasema kwamba mwanamke akiwa
And eliminating whatever is triggering.
देखें यहाँ पे मैं इसको एंड करूँगी और
50 мл воды.
looking shape.
Stop it! Why?
Yes, Daddy. Self evidence that the reference T's in classic automobiles.
Looking very, very well. The disruptions can also come with challenges.
The bride? Ladies and gentlemen, here he comes.
था प्रतिरोधक क्षमता बढ़ता था.
1 minute ou 2-3 heures grand max. C'est pas faux.
On top of that,
Association of Insurance Commissioners has our
So many segments in this dragon.
He cautiously backs away until the noise.
basic
Kids.
Been that ass over.
want to have a safe country. What do we do?
1 week में usually decision आ जाता है, but
Is a little bit.
Two, that he knows what people.
And soundly defeated outside Gath.
You didn't want to see their flesh yet.
Psychological tricks that will change your...
Bir gastromental tekst de var.
Mostly of ferromagnesium.
Down the wild water rapids and
Very heavy base to it. It's going to want to...
Absolutely great. And
About this is a
tracts of tropical rainforest in
he had at one time
Eric Jones arm.
Gallons of methylamine.
Meth.
Step 2, you want to twist.
दूसरों के पैसा से और ITR फाइल कर
Asymmetry.
Schools, they'll be like, porn is healthy, it's normal to walk.
Acetone was pretty much gone from both of them.
So I'm taking my
See? Definitely
Ampun ikut tewas bersamanya.
prevail over oil power. Those corks are shipped out to 100 different
and you can't shut it down.
Like it. What's the yardage on this?
Auction clearance rates came off a little bit. In 3 to 5 days, आपका response आ जाता है.
admin and transpons. तो चलिए.
Record inherited from her predecessor.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
And sight down.
On vaginal exam, the vaginal.
To promote pediatrics.
Start your dissymmetry lift. It's
The day. And we get.
okay. Real quick.
Wow.
Very disturbing. Thank you.
Financial help. However, when they
Oxygen will get into the water quicker. Which
এমন মনে হচ্ছে যে সবকিছু
Payment to the time they paid rent.
Noah tells Emma about his dream.
The 2+2 application.
fiber that keeps your card safe.
Dann kommt enough for the pirates to assume that the city.
Each other information.
So I did that a week ago.
Monocondylic ആണ്. In these flowers to line.
And then he shoved her.
Okay. Wow.
And Alexandra left.
Transfected into same cells, same.
Go through unnecessary stress. You don't even know.
Peace.
And
Natural agreement, but you do to an extent.
China doesn't piss on the White House.
All right, we got a couple of kids that are ding dong.
Option to
Sin drawing on one ancient use
of the coccyx in the cleft between the two.
College of Staten Island. I don't know if they're where.
So kind of
So it would.
bottom of the cup.
Has improved in the year. Vested forest, Astic Common.
You look at some of these, you see that
Try that one too.
And so on.
Oil is slightly pressed.
He's a fan favorite.
उससे डबल होना चाहिए जैसे हमने
to watch it how it just comes from.
These both points are the same.
It is mandatory to send a fax.
They have like
Then taken by Terry.
okay.
natural stimuli because it's not that
Immediately called and confronted her directly.
Works. It's just the winder doesn't. Okay.
Of the churches, if indeed.
Follow the social.
Stepping stones.
Look at that later. So now we're gonna put the.
But this time they're about superimposed.
Hey, is that when you wrote saltwater?
Tested that earned an excellent.
You're to use it only.
merge, and I'll do a close-up so that you can.
Or entity receiving the.
तो अभी 2-3 महीने पे.
Both have a lot of similarities.
Broccoli and red cabbage.
In this literature.
इसकी कि वो कैसा दिखाई देता है उनकी क्या.
I promise that the ending of.
Look at him go! I love.
Coronoid.
We do see patients who present with
Logarithmic.
And now, if we come back.
Bible game.
Hey, this crack right here is gonna let water.
really defensive, where the Quraysh went to
A society and planet act.
Chromosome on which gene is located.
Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
They had systems that.
Voicing.
Non ti lascio mai più.
Before we could do that, some of the data.
The level of your soul.
The carotid sinus is pressed.
So the so-called very
Different types of 3D printers. That's going to.
This path to reconcile.
दुनिया में हमारा कोई जोर नहीं.
ये साबित होता है कि आपने बंद.
And a bit of housing. Polders gain a
I'm going to click this drop down arrow and I'm going to.
Story goes back to when I was much younger.
Suggested the division between the two.
Especially if you've got lots.
Self because he believes he has yet to accomplish something.
Were bigger than its stomach.
I think if you're playing on like 360 or.
As you say, there must be.
So I was.
But he's going to move forward 3.
Changes. This helps to.
And other types of access control system.
Groundwater is too valuable to be.
Dimenticato di farvi vedere. Climate conditions in the future.
A lot of blood, that's a problem.
Tenacious.
Von Audiospur kombiniert mit.
Taller edge that it had on it.
Meters away from the root.
Generate some aerosolization, perhaps.
Don't see it because you need to be able to move.
यहाँ पे 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yo lo uso la boca. ¿Lo quieres para?
This is basically your jack of all trades, Rod.
Mà mấy bác mà không có muốn ăn tỏi đó.
Murder of Louis XV.
More context ties.
Is another way to say.
World cities filled with people in pods. It's
For being adopted by Amber and Trent.
Is this little
Stone, the hormone blocker, isn't.
Written in Germany, 1918.
Okay, so like all I'm asking.
This side hustle makes $700 per
50 kilos overweight.
And then maybe lunch. Now, the guy
with a yellow dye. Harper and her friends are gone, and
this one comfortably for 20 to 30.
5.
In this case, you're going to go to the...
If we are in VMC,
Just fall into place really easily.
And that's when it becomes.
Let's go.
Doing great.
stand, I'm just covering the base.
Kan er ook een medische oorzaak zijn.
Now I'm gonna fall off.
A discontinuity with the past.
She mistakenly giving me the wrong gender.
अगर आपको लगता है कि आप इस job
So they'll be starting. Bosses at 50 XP each.
The chair moment to moment.
I never feel comfortable trying to approach a woman.
When she would talk about
The slightly stratusy
Pneumonias or anything that is going.
Ángel que definiría quién iba a ser.
उनको लगा कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा नंबर.
Frost. Caesar called an assembly.
How you doing?
Immediately, almost as if his
Limestone-loving plants like you.
unlike most of his
Is this the most secure way to
Oh, hey, don't no diff.
Ammonia to convert.
gute Heimat geben und gleichzeitig.
We'll deal with it.
Gaan we hem hier om.
then technology has changed.
Baby, I surrender.
but now online. Those guilty of adultery and
The children whom
it, and then eventually the
है रिमोट कह सकते हो हाँ तो
weapons maintenance.
Limited to the rest of your body.
burn those shoulders out on this one.
Ungido por uma carreta.
kept him very short of money.
अगर आपके सूजन आ जाती है.
My name is Claire. I'm running French.
One can't just fly from Alaskan.
Wonder how to navigate.
Realize them, the American soldiers.
New resources to create more drills and
Russia's most iconic department.
Wipe it down with the.
Recordemos que
some have been dismissed.
Temperature can affect the.
And in Renault showrooms.
In the mid.
This conference just tonight, Albuquerque.
Anything else to prepare your nettle?
Towards the men who give them.
Pronunciation.
Additions. None of these units.
Things are precious to me.
As between the presence or absence.
Existing in the world.
Newfound positions on the death drive.
When I was 10. Then it will adjust.
Yeah, you probably feel the same way.
I used the 24 count
On the analog stick.
This review discusses the very
Agreement with earlier assumptions.
Wanted to show the demeanor of.
In other places, the scene.
Very challenging, a very fast corner.
Car, so it is free.
Sorry?
And cool to look so much like a truck.
Entonces, Mickey.
Suppose, for example, that you want text. So we can just return it.
Are you afraid of needles?
More than one language? Yeah,
For many patients, a stent can.
And then this narrow.
Countries.
You can look to me as the alpha.
Patterns.
They also have black.
Au début, la peur, oui, seul Dieu sait quand ce sera. Throw things away. So.
And what will they see?
Disorder, do not purge.
Days, most of the time for
That they've given them to the right people.
For sure. And we did get.
Otherwise known as NEETs.
To be true apart.
And now you want to do the same thing for print.
Look in the direction that you are heading.
आप कर सकते हो इनकी कुछ requirement है
But that's basically what I wanted to do with that.
Hey! Actually do my writing in a book.
Grief used, and upon the grief.
Voltage law is concerned with that information there to get in touch with us.
One it is.
You know, a piece of it.
When you find a moonstone that's
of Zurich, and 5 years of...
It's kind of sad when you don't know the meaning.
Imo, right? Aduna pa usaka.
Allowed them to.
Life. But...
Do not want to use.
Halfway point, constructing a...
Have to run the machines and do the paperwork.
ये बात बोल रही थी तो मुझे लगा कि
Gasoline or diesel or jet.
Attacked Dragon Corpse, however...
Mara former parliamentary aspect.
Okay.
The implant is placed.
Do you think?
So when you're putting this in, try to put it in the gut.
To stay comfortable.
Les racines en haut.
Is together. And it's
That item is preventing spawn.
Phylodena, since they are perhaps
Acceptable, that has become a serious problem.
In the shape of a cube.
on va pouvoir tranquillement.
Important for help. So that
And sciences, the following...
Difficult. Now let's connect our...
exists, we try to organize our society.
of Ganges Delta.
कि आप यूके वीआई को यहाँ पे हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम का फायदा उठा
And by implementing.
健康の時の憂鬱なんですけれど
Compared to various vegetables.
Production and with healing.
Tablets.
Green or blue?
Oxygen, 17, 19%.
Decide to settle down right next to your.
It's a first pass urine sample.
Now, what do we have now? Is there anything that...
The ability of the atropal to emit a
Great-grandfather, hero of...
Required to do it in the simplest.
दूसरा होता है आपका NI apply करना जाके and then you slice it down with knife.
A very interesting also.
Yeah, in the maximum.
Okay, so now that we have the edges drawn on.
They used it to fill up. No game yesterday, so now he's on.
Other than that, उसके filter भी already दिए हुए.
I know you believe in this stuff. I don't.
Themselves to God or Allah.
Tumor shrinks as the cells stop dividing.
But the pixel density
issue. It changed.
when I do all that math on my calculator.
You then
Robert at once commands...
Roughly means mountain copper in Greek.
What's up, guys? It's Quandale Dingle here.
Ansteigt. Das Missverhältnis...
Alright, so let's pour these out.
Technologies accessible...
But for me.
In that combination, that you.
that in order to achieve the final solution.
It make many sing.
लग रहा होगा बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा होगा कि अरबी
Comparing. Complementing.
25, go ahead and click the add the card button.
You will observe.
To reach the high notes.
All over again, each time.
Stomach. So, one of the side effects.
Let's go take this downstairs.
What do you mean?
We just assume that we are running.
होगा उसी के ऊपर आपके female sex.
जो लोग deserving थे
In plug-in form, but you know the pull.
7 children and 2 are adopted.
Okay. What is that?
We lose a tenth.
कि आप लोन नहीं भी ले रख. Get the hook onto Nightlight as well as we see.
Plans for the future, plans for
per day आप कितनी jobs में apply
I know where all the dead bodies are buried.
But I think this was for the August.
Above his fellows.
so क्या आपको पता है
Try not to stare at them too long.
Paintbrush to sort of
Frequent touching, that's all great.
Wearing a V-neck gray t-shirt.
reduces blood flow.
Carry oxygen throughout the body